Hey, Spencer. Yeah, we're up. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be trying to finish the route. So yeah. Hey, Yuki. Hey, Yuki, how you doing? Yeah, Spencer is there. Yeah. We'll just start because I have chapter 6 to 8 to finish. And then there's the after story stuff. So yeah, and my free time is only until 9:30 p.m. So I need to finish this very quickly, as fast as I can. Yeah, yeah, we're currently in custody of the love interest's dad, who is in the military. And, we're kind of fucked at the moment. There we go. I half-heartedly mulled over my situation as I stepped into the very same room I used to live in. Found myself in Paris, in the Vincent estate. Before we'd moved to Blank Park, this place had been my home. My old room hadn't changed a bit over the intervening years. Monsieur Daniel followed me inside and spoke in a rather patronizing tone.
本来であれば軍基地内で拘束するのだが、彼女はお前の思い人ではあるし、特別待遇だ。
ありがとうございます。
Arnold thanked him with a formal bow. I'd seen the two of them interact a number of times before, but the rigid, militaristic formality between them now struck me keenly.
それでいい。そうやって素直な態度でいれば、彼女も平穏な毎日を過ごせるのだからな。
Yep, MC is being held hostage at the moment. Wait a moment. If they're keeping me in this room... I paused to think, then glanced around the chamber. Nothing about it had changed, from the furnishings to the decor. I knew the estate well enough that for a moment I began to think that I stood a chance of escaping. Monsieur Daniel, however, seemed to realize what I was thinking and put a swift end to my ambitions. Bitch.
屋敷内外に部下を配置している。屋敷の中であれば自由に過ごしていいが、それだけだ。逃げようなどとバカなことは考えないように。どこへ行ったとしても軍からは逃げられないからな。
With one last threat delivered, Monsieur Daniel stepped out of the room. Arnold followed behind him, leaving me without much as a glance. Okay. I don't know what the actual deal is with the love interest yet, with Arnold and his dad, so we'll see if he will redeem himself, or I'm just gonna think he's actually a bitch. I thought he would say something to me after Monsieur Daniel left us, even if only a word or two. I suppose I was too optimistic of me. Even now, part of me still wanted to believe in him. How could I not? We've been together for so long. How can I accept that those 7 years were all just a lie? The current situation, however, overrode all other considerations. I'd been captured by the military and confined to the Vincent's estate. There was no telling what had become of everyone back at the Rebel. Maybe I don't know. What could I possibly believe in after my freedom had been so thoroughly robbed from me? Standing around and staring at the door would just make me break down in tears again. I forced myself to look upward instead found moonlight shining in through the window. I spent many years in Paris, so I was deeply attached to the city. Now though, I just didn't have the presence of mind to indulge in nostalgia. Oh. I did, however, take notice of a portion of the window frame that was slightly scratched. Huh. Back when I first came to Vincent's estate, I had stayed in my room and kept the window constantly shut. Until that Arnold would inevitably swing by and force it open, whether I liked it or not. Sometimes he would lean in and offer me a flower he'd found outside, and sometimes he'd invite me out to play. And of course, there was the time he had forced the window open a little too vigorously and broken one of the panes. Oh. That's when the frame was scratched. Broken window pane had been replaced in no time, but the damage on the frame remained. My memories with Arnold were so real, they remain with me. And they left their mark on this house as well. Right now, I didn't bear to face that. I couldn't bear to face them. I silently drew the curtains closed. Well... Starting the next day, I began making daily trips to one of the military bases. I was brought there first thing in the morning and subjected to all sorts of tests. They would survey my health, draw blood, and even look into my mental condition. Bruh. When all of those procedures were finally finished, they would test my magic as well. Sometimes I was simply told to use my magic while I was being observed, and sometimes they would bring in strange and electric tools to measure my abilities, demanding that I push my magical capacity to its limit. By the time I'd arrive home late at night, I'd be drained both physically and mentally. All I could ever do was collapse into bed. I had a feeling this is what would happen if the military caught me, but it's still hard to stomach. They were treating me like a lab rat. Yep, they were. Yeah. Soldiers would stare at me like I was a rare specimen and subject me to all sorts of experiments. The way they treated me brought a certain term to mind. Umi number 0, hi. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're playing a otome game right now. Well, reading. A lot of reading. Witches themselves were uncommon this day and age, and they weren't hunted in a literal sense anymore. This feels rather similar though. Spending the rest of my life under the military's thumb, subjected to an endless series of tests and experiments until the day I died, didn't seem all that different from being hunted down at all. Otome games, reading games, yeah. I mean, they're story oriented, so yeah, visual novel. Gandit, hi. And Mix Edits, hi. Welcome to the stream over there in the YouTube chat. I hadn't imagined the military would be fixated on magic as they were, of course. That I assumed that had been from about the incident my powers had caused 7 years ago. There's no fixing this anymore, is there? Thinking back on the days I spent awakening my magic at the Riviera without a care in the world now made my heart ache. Everyone at the Riviera got pulled into this mess, all because I'm a witch. Wonder what happened to them. Not to mention Sir Hugo. One thing that he and Arnold had in common was that neither of them had said a word to me about the incident 7 years ago. Then again, I had forgotten about the incident, and for that matter, about Monsieur Hugo entirely. Maybe he thought that it would be for the best if those memories remained dormant. Especially considering that if everything he and Monsieur Daniel said was true, Hugo's long since... well... not to fade to white. Arnold, well, I am on this route and this is the last route I need to finish. Oh yeah. And from what I've been told, that was the reason why he'd been magically bound to the Riviera. No wonder he'd asked me in particular to free him. It'd been the cause of his imprisonment from the start. And my magic, if it weren't for my powers, none of this would have happened. If it weren't for magic, Monsieur Hugo would never have been trapped in the Riviera for 7 years, and I would never have been detained by the military. Arnold wouldn't have had to lie to me, and he wouldn't have had to stay by my side. All this is my magic's faults. Oh, the MC's now just blaming herself. Oh. The situation was just too painful for me to cope with. Unless I had a scapegoat. I had to blame something. And yet I couldn't help but remember. Oh. A certain event from 7 years ago, shortly after my father had passed away, came to mind. I'd just been discharged from a military hospital and brought to a lavish estate. I hope it's a fun road for you. I mean, so far it is, yeah. I was told it was the home of the Bisson family. I don't know this room. I don't know this house at all. I'd been told to wait in the chamber I was led to, but it all felt so unfamiliar to me that I couldn't relax. I just stood there, petrified. I don't know these people either. I was only 10 years old, couldn't get by on my own, so all I could do was obey the adults who gave me orders. To make matters worse, the accident had robbed me of my recent memories. I hadn't even learned my father was dead until sometime after I'd woken up. I couldn't tell if all the soldiers who told me what to do were good people or not. I didn't even know how to live my own life. I was just a child. The moment I was left on my own, the room began to feel chilly. How was I supposed to cope with the cold? How was I supposed to cope with my loneliness? How was I supposed to cope with my sadness? All I could do was cry. I sobbed without ever understanding why. But then as tears streamed down my cheeks, a voice rang out from behind me.
No. 食べるか?
It's spun around in shock and found a boy perhaps a little older than I was standing before me. Huh? The door was still shut. I had no idea how he'd got into the room. A quick glance around me revealed that the window was open. He must have climbed in through it. The boy was carrying a crumpled up paper bag. He set it down on the table, then held it open so I could see inside.
マカロン好きだろ一緒に食べようぜ
I did indeed like macarons. They were my favorite food. I wondered though how had he known? I took a moment to inspect the boy. As I watched him, he pulled one of the small round sweets out from the bag.
このマカロンはなへそらしいぜ知ってた
Belly buttons?
なんとかっていう修道院でなんとかっていう神父がマカロンを作っていてあーくそせっかく教えてもらったのに忘れたとにかく神父のへそがモチーフなんだってだから穴が開いてんだよ
Okay. It was certainly a strange concept. Macarons are belly buttons?
あ別にへその味とかしねえから安心して食べろよ
He handed me a macaron, and in spite of my doubts, I took a bite. Sweetness spread through my mouth in an instant, and the flavor of almonds beneath it stimulated my appetite. It's delicious.
だろ美味しいよな神父のへそ
Huh. Well sentence, but hey, okay. Just how many times is he going to say that word? Couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Yes, they really are great.
よかったんでさお前俺のこと覚えてるか
Belly button macarons. Yeah. His tone changed abruptly, and a look of concern came across his face. He'd been all smiles up until a moment before, which made a rather jarring shift. Do you remember me? I'd lost count of how many times I'd been asked that since I'd woken up in the hospital. And in the majority of cases, I'd given the same answer, accompanied by a shake of my head. No, I don't. His face didn't ring any bells, no matter how long I searched the memories I still had. I don't remember anything that happened in the past year. Did I meet you recently? Were we friends?
うんまあ
Hey, Potato! I thought so. Sorry, just can't remember anything at all.
うんいいんだまた新しく始めればいいんだからさ
He used his clothes to brush off the hand that he'd been holding this macaron in, then held it out to me. At the same time, he flashed me his bright smile yet.
はじめまして俺はアルノよろしくなエマ
Arnold?
そうアルノ覚えてくれよこれから一緒に暮らすんだから
You will?
嫌なのか
That's not what I meant exactly.
じゃあよろしくなんかあったら俺に言えよな何でも助けるしお前のこと守ってやるからさ
Okay. That was 7 years ago. Found myself breaking down in tears all over again, just like I had when I first stepped into this room all those years ago. Being here brought all sorts of memories back, whether I liked it or not. Memories of Arnold, the boy who had been my closest friend ever since that day. He was an important person to me. A person I loved, or at least a person who I thought I loved for a time. But now, the more I retreated those memories, the colder my heart and body seemed to grow. I didn't know how to bear the loneliness and sadness and sense of isolation that weighed me down. I've relied on Arnold for so long. It was thanks to him that I could feel like I belonged in the Vincent household. He taught me that I didn't have to constrain myself, that I could act as if I was just another member of the family. When missing memories tormented me, he would be there to dispel my anxiety. His ever-present smile would always pull me through. It was what had kept me going up until now. But not anymore. Arnold was no longer by my side. Couldn't rest assured he'd always be within arm's reach or that he'd be there to answer my questions. I see now why he never pried too deeply about my missing memories and never encouraged me to recover them. It was because if I remembered, I would have realized that he lied to me. I would have remembered the truth of the incident and took my memories in the first place. Uh, it was like I jumped back in time to 7 years ago. The day I lost everything, it only made tears to serve as consolation. Part of me wished I could just forget it all again. That would be easier in some ways. But I could. And my bitter memories continued to torment me until the day came to a close. Well, I was woken by a knock on my door and Blairly sat up in bed. It's morning already? It felt so drained recently that I hadn't been waking up at a consistent time. I didn't feel well rested at all, but I managed to force myself to get dressed and open the door.
朝食です。
Oh! Huh. Okay, it's Sergei's friend in the military. The soldier at my door held out a tray with a bowl of soup, a baguette, salad, and an egg dish balanced upon it. I assumed the meal had been prepared by the estate's cook. I knew it would probably be delicious, but I shook my head. Sorry, I don't have much of an appetite right now.
わかりました。食べたくなったら言ってください。
I'd have expected to be told that I had to eat, like it or not, but the soldier's reply was surprisingly cautious. He's much less gruff than the other soldiers. Hadn't seen this particular man before. Perhaps he'd only just been assigned here? Maybe I could actually talk with him? Certainly don't think I can trust anyone who's in the military, but I don't have much in the way of alternatives. I made up my mind to try probing the soldier for information. I don't suppose you know anything about what's become of the Revier?
遊園地ですか。軍基地の敷地にある森に移動したはずですが。
Oh. A military compound?
調査のためです。スタッフの皆さんにも調査に協力してもらうということでした。
I see. Would it be possible for me to send a letter to them? There's something I'd like to tell them.
それはできかねます。
Okay, I understand. The soldier reached for the door, but the moment before shutting it, he paused.
短い伝言なら。
Oh. Huh?
紙に残らないものならば承ります。どんな内容ですか。
Judging by the way he'd hesitated, I assumed that this was not something he was supposed to be doing. Felt grateful for his kindness and took him up on his offer. Please tell the staff of the Revier that I'm sorry. I never meant to pull them into all this trouble. Also asked them not to tell Arnold anything, no matter what he asked them. The soldier nodded and repeated the message back to me.
アルノーには何も話さないように。
Yes, Arnold deceived us all. He was spying on us and reporting to his father. He betrayed us. My heart ached as I forced out that painful truth.
わかりました。あったら伝えておきます。
With one last nod, the soldier went on his way. I didn't know for sure if he would follow through, but I was still grateful for his kindness. Hugo heard everything, so I don't think that warning will really be necessary, but in the worst case scenario, I can't let anyone think that Arnold is on their side. In truth, I had wanted to tell them to forget about me and run away. I could never send a message like that through a soldier, though. Wasn't under any illusions that my message would change the situation for the better. I just hoped that sending it would make me feel a little less guilty. Knew that there was nothing I could do, that nothing could fix the situation I was in, and my soldier slumped in despair. It could have been much worse. I could have been locked up in prison after all. So, how could I ever have an appetite at a time like this? Refusing meals became a regular habit of mine. I woke and slept when my whims told me to. Too lethargic to bother doing much of anything. Not that there was much to do to begin with. I was brought to and from the military space, subjected to tests, and participated in magical research. That was my entire life. I soon began to wonder what purpose there was to be found in a life like this. If only they hadn't held me as a hostage, then at least everyone in their VA could have escaped. If only I hadn't been in the picture. I was all too aware how shallow, fruitless such thoughts were. So that didn't stop me from thinking them. I'd lost all hope. If I'm to stay a captain of the military, never belonging anywhere, and never even having anyone I can believe in, then what am I even living for anymore? I rubbed my eyes as despair began to overtake me. Somewhere along the way, I'd lost the will to even cry. Damn. Well, for some time, how much I couldn't say, I fell into a fugue-like state. Eventually, a knock rang out on my door once more. I checked the clock and found it was time for lunch. Another meal. Couldn't see the point. The effort it took to eat just felt like a waste to me. Damn. I dragged myself over to the door and prepared to give the same answer I always did. Sorry, I don't have any appetite. Rose partway through my sentence. The soldier in guard duty wasn't alone this time. Arnold was standing there with him. Nope. Oh, okay. Even in the uniform. I was speechless. All I could manage was a pink gulp.
エマ、久しぶり。
Well, when did you change careers, buddy? Yeah, and he's smiling right in front of us. Wow. The audacity. How long had it been since I'd last seen him? And how long since I'd last looked him in the eye and spoken to him? But now, there he was, standing right before me. I felt a complicated mixture of conflicting emotions, and unconsciously raised a hand to cover my mouth. After everything that had happened, part of me very much resented him. Fair! A very fair feeling. As the saying goes, the lion, the witch, and the dancing speech. And yet, when I found myself face to face with him, I didn't feel hatred. No, I felt sadness, bewilderment, and a faint sense of nostalgia as well. After everything that's happened, why? Why does seeing him look happy and healthy feel so reassuring? I was baffled by my own half-heartedness. How could I be so foolish? My emotions were a mess and I couldn't bring them under control. Tried to close the door and be done with it, but Arnold caught it before I could and held it
中
open.
に入ってもいいか
No. I could hardly turn him down. Well, I mean, do we even have a choice? I released the doorknob and backed away. Arnold spoke to the guard as he followed after me.
外で待っていてくれ
それは容認できません。許可が出たのは立ち会いの下での面会だけです。
だが
さらに言うならば、知人である人間は彼女の逃亡を手助けする可能性があります。軍で働くようになっても、それは変わりません。
信用できないと
はい。
分かったじゃあ部屋の中で見張っていてくれ
Arnold stepped into the room accompanied by the guard. Oh, this is awkward. I'd listened to the whole exchange, but I could barely begin to process it. Arnold came here to meet me? Uh-huh. And? I stood there dazed as Arnold pulled out a chair for me. That complicated sense of nostalgia washed over me once more as I sat down without a word.
昼食一緒に食べないか
I don't have an appetite.
そうか
For a moment we sat there in silence, simply staring at each other. So he didn't come to force me to eat, I suppose. Arnold laid the paper bag down on the table. I was curious about what could be in it, but a different matter took precedence in my mind. Is that a uniform? Soldier third wheeling right now. Yeah, he is. And he's fine with it apparently. Wanted to ask why he was dressed like a soldier. Arnold seemed to understand and sighed deeply.
新聞社を辞めたわけじゃない長期休暇をもらって父さんの手伝いをしているだけだ
Temporary? Really?
うん
Arnold's scowl did little to lift my spirits. Quite the opposite. He worked so hard for the paper. He was always so happy when his articles were praised. And yet he took a leave of absence to help Monsieur Danny? I could feel a headache coming on. Arnold changed when Monsieur Daniel was around. He grew cold and indifferent, less human than even the automatons at the RPA. It's nice to meet you. Hi there on the YouTube chat. Hi. Even now he seemed detached and distant. Not a bit of his usual cheerful demeanor shone through. Once again I found myself thinking what he was like that he was like a totally different person. I felt a lump in my throat. It was almost nauseous. It was as if all of my sadness had gathered within me, forming a single overwhelming mass of emotion. Oh. Stood up to step away from the table, but Arnold grabbed my hand.
エマもっと食べないとダメだ何でもいいから食べてくれれば話す甘いものを買ってきた
I don't want them. I don't have an appetite.
それでもだ他に食べたいものがあるなら何でも持ってくる
You don't have to do that. There's nothing I want to eat.
でもマカロン好きだろ持ってきたんだ
As Arnold opened the bag, I tried to convince me to be a little less tense. A slight hint of his old smile returned to his face. That, however, just made watching him more painful for me than ever. Buddy. Jerked my arm away from him and broke free with ease. He hadn't tried very hard to hold me back. Black Bacta, hi. Welcome to the stream. Yes, you were upon my Art, however, had yet to subside. I had a feeling that Arnold remembered everything. He knew perfectly well that he met in this room, and that he brought me macarons when we did. And if he does remember, that just makes it this all more cruel of him. I don't want to have all my memories of the Arnold I used to love overwritten by this man. Turn me back to him. It was all I could do to escape him. A moment later, though, he grabbed me by the arm once more. Forcefully this time, and spun me around again.
ダメだ。食べるんだ。
What type of game is this? It's an otome game. It's a visual novel. Oh, okay, just forcing in. Okay. Okay then.
食べてくれ。エマ。
Felt like he was forcing me to take some dubious medicine or trying to poison me. He did all he could to press the macaroni into my mouth, but I frantically shook my head, forcing it away again. Well, I didn't want to come to hate you. If this is what you're like now, I would have rather never seen you again. For an instant, the look on Arnold's eyes seemed to cloud over with emotion. I let my feelings surge out of me, and he in turn pressed the macaron to my mouth once more. Just as I was about to struggle against him again, however, I heard him whisper into my
こ
ear.
のままじゃ倒れる。お願いだから。
The tone of his voice shocked me, and I turned to look at his expression. The way he'd spoken made it sound like he was truly worried about me. It was the same tone he always used to use. Once overflowing with consideration, it was almost excessive.
頼む。俺が嫌いでもいいから。
Next thing I knew, the strength had drained from his arms. He wasn't going to force me to do anything anymore. He was leaving the choice to me. I chose. Okay, let me save. Let me save real quick. Okay, I'll do as he asked. Oh, since we're trying to get the good ending anyway, yeah, that sounds. Yeah, sure. Sure then. Hi, Izuku. I decided to give in and do as he asked. Slowly opened my mouth. The hint of relief came across Arnold's expression as he fed me the macaron. I chewed and swallowed in silence. Arnold watched me closely all the while, and I watched him in turn. Had been right before, it really did look like he was on the verge of tears. He's never made a face like that before. We were together for so long, but this is the first time I've seen him this close to crying. After I finished eating that single macaron, Arnold released me. He glanced around the room, his eyes finally settling upon the paper bag. He seemed to be wondering whether he would have to feed me the rest of them by hand as well. Really, Arnold? All that, then he was still hesitating. It was so strange. I felt like laughing and crying all at once. I'll eat the rest on my own. Most likely I could see him in that light because it was not clear to me how guilty he felt. Arnold watched me eat the rest of the macarons, then gave the guard a signal and made for the door. Thought he was about to leave. The moment that fact struck me, I found myself calling out to him. Girl, you shouldn't eat sweets on an empty stomach. Well, you did. Well, she didn't really want to eat anything, and I think she's like, actually like at the verge of actually collapsing. Even a real time, huh? Hey, Shumi. Hey, Shumi. MC Gang is being held hostage. And the military is doing experiments on her. So yeah, what a time. Yeah, guys, but she is a fuck. Yeah. I don't know where I'd found the sudden surge of courage that came over me. Maybe it was like macarons, or maybe it was Arnold's expression that set me off. One way or another, something inside me had screamed that I couldn't let him go just yet. Oh god. MC, the moment he kinda, no, chose to follow his dad, I kinda would have left this guy. But here we are, I guess. One way or another, something inside me had screamed that I couldn't let him go just yet, just like that, his name had sprung from my lips. Okay, good morning, good night, lack of sleep has caught me. Just bro, just go sleep. Go sleep, Jimmy. Go. Go sleep, and am I gonna expect you to be awake again until sunrise later? Like after wake up, I don't know. Just go sleep. Knowing me, probably, yeah. Yeah. My gut feeling says yes, you will be up again until sunrise later when you wake up, so at least get some sleep before you do. Was everything the monster Daniel said really true? Was he telling the truth when he said that you were the reason why everything happened the way it had 7 years ago? Father's death, the incident at the park. Did you really know about this the whole time? You stayed with me for 7 years and never said a word. Arnold stopped just a few steps away from the door. He turned back to face me and gave me an answer that was as cold as ice.
父さんが話した以上のことはない。全部本当のことだ。
Oh. With those parting words, he and the guard stepped out from the room. A little strained, wavering breath. I knew that was how he would answer. Yep, yeah. So why did I have to go and ask anyway? Well, it's better to know it from him, right? Right? The sweets had satisfied hunger, but once again, a sickening pain began to build in my head. The world seemed to spin around me, and I collapsed into bed. Damn, it's always the redheads that are sus. No offense. Damn, okay. Nope. Okay. We eat, I guess. We eat again. Whoa. Oh. Okay, so this is what it looks like outside? Outside that door? Okay.
面会は終わったのにまだ用件が。
一応自分の家なんだ。放っておいてくれ。
出入り口には見張りがいますので。
逃がすつもりはないと言ってるのに。それにさっきのを見ればわかるだろ。俺は彼女に嫌われてるんだ。今さら逃げろと言ったって信用されない。ようやく言ったが、結局また嫌われて。何をしに来たんだか。
I don't know, man. Kinda broke her trust, so yeah.
このままじゃダメだ。このままじゃあいつが倒れる。交渉するしかないか。
Yo, what the fuck? So this is the military facility. Okay. They subjected me to all kinds of tests at the military space, and frequently repeated ones they'd already performed. First, most of them seemed to be measuring the strength or magnitude of my magic, but recently, their priorities seem to have shifted. I spent long enough training my magic on my own to understand what they're working toward. These experiments are meant to strengthen my powers. Okay, yep, the military is gonna be using her as a weapon or something. That's why they're trying to strengthen her powers, okay. They were investigating factors that could make my magic stronger. What sort of environment would most effectively draw out my power? You want to know if they could amplify my magic through some external process. And they were testing every means that they could come up with in order to do so. One day before I was allowed into the examination room, a soldier brought out a case that had been kept under lock and key and handed me its contents.
今日の検査はこれを身につけて行うように。
Teka na. Teka na. Good morning. 3 p.m. na. It's like 3 p.m. What do you mean good morning? Hey, what am I wearing there? Huh. I overslept, hehe, uh-huh. It's a pretty late morning, not gonna lie. It's not pretty late, it's very late. I was wary at first, but then I realized what it was he was holding out to me. A necklace. It wasn't just any piece of jewelry either. Star necklace? That's what my mother and I had called the matching necklaces that the two of us used to own. I've been wearing mine since mine 7 years ago, when I'd lost my memories. The necklace had gone missing at the same time. Gee, I wonder where that went. This one doesn't have all the scratches and marks that mine did, though. Does that mean that this is Mom's necklace? But how could that be? Why is it here? I don't remember having ever seen it ever after Mom passed away. Thought that got rid of it. Aww. Well, that's sus. Is the game implying that the military also took her mom? Probably got killed. I don't know. Where did you find this necklace?
軍部保管のものだ。由来など知らん。
Military property. Does look like it. Ah, yes, a military symbol. Apparently. The soldier's answer was as indifferent as I'd expected it to be, and the truth remained unclear. I heard that 7 years ago, the military had cleared out the house my father and I used to live in. Perhaps they found it then and they kept hold of it ever since? Maybe. Could be. I don't know though. I don't know about that. Now I have no idea how Arnold is going to turn this around. He keeps taking L's all the time. I don't know either. Why would they steal something so precious to me? I don't know, girls. Not like they haven't even treated her like a human being. I don't know. But this really was my mother's necklace. It was a memento of her that I thought had been lost for years. MC, please. I know. I gripped it tightly, inspecting it as closely as I could. My mother's necklace still hadn't lost its marvelous luster. It seemed to glow with a brilliant, beautiful light of its own. It was a necklace that would guide its bearer in the use of their magic. A necklace that proved its bearer was a witch. A necklace that held deep and profound meaning for me and my mother, and one that was very precious to us. I'm certain of it. This mom's necklace. It was hard to stomach the fact that the military had stolen it, but more than anything, I was just happy to finally hold it in my hands once more. She gets caught to be experimented on while witches are being hated by society. Huh, I wonder why they took my necklace. Girl, please! I know, right? I'm kinda dumb at the moment, but at the same time, she is in a stressful situation, so kinda understand that brain no worky. Brain kinda no worky. So, just emotions. As I moved to put it on, the soldier who handed it to me frantically stopped me.
それを身につけるのは検査室に入ってからだ。
Oh, okay. Huh?
検査室に入ってから首にかけ、検査後はすぐに返却するように。わかったか？
Yes. Hey, Yuki-an. Hi. Girl is trying to calculate everything and keeps getting 2 plus 3 equals 5. Ah, jeez. I was struck by how oddly forceful this instructions came across, but I did as I was told. Then the testing began, just like it always did. I'm exhausted. Jeez. The examinations continued day after day. It seemed like they never end. They will never end until they think you're actually powerful enough for to be a weapon, girl. Well, once one set of tests was finished, they'd move on to the next. When one idea failed, they tried another immediately. Using my magic was draining, both physically and mentally, and the fact that I was doing so under coercion just made it worse. I wish this would just end there already. Still barely ate, and I hardly ever got to go outside. Before I knew it, my stamina had diminished dramatically. Just yesterday, I'd fallen faint in the middle of the test. They'd had to stop partway through their planned program, hurry me back to the estate early. As a result, I'd been given the day off. I was grateful for the rest, certainly, but I As soon as I recover, I'll be right back to the same thing all over again. Yeah. I stared vacantly out the window, overwhelmed by the futility of it all. The sun was shining brilliantly beyond the still scratched window frame. As I absent-mindedly stared outside, there was a knock on my door.
Emma-san, 少しお話できますか?
Oh, I suppose so. How strange. What could he want? A moment later, the door swung open. In stepped the soldier who I'd seen a number of times before, along with Sergei. Is it the... yep, it's the guy, the same guy. And Sergei?
久しぶりだな。少し痩せたようだが。
Okay. Didn't have to talk about the weight, but sure, buddy. But it's nice to see Sergei, though. Wait, did this guy just sneak him in? Or how did you get in here? Also, don't you have like a limited time to be only away before your mechanical heart just stops working? Yeah, he just casually walked in here with the guy. Certified Chad. You know what? That's why he's the first guy I chose. It certainly has, yes, and well...
この状況では気もめいるだろうが、体調には気をつけた方がいい。
I will, but wait, how are you here, Sergei? I thought you couldn't leave the Rivier.
その説明はいつか。今は要件を話そう。時間があまりない。
You stuck him in, didn't you? Because I know you guys are friends from from Sergei's route. And during, I guess, in this route, this guy has not yet, you know. Well, this guy has been following orders, yes, but he has more, like, he still has his principles intact.
まあ、持って15分というところだな。急いでくれ。
わかった。
Apparently, that was all the soldier had to say. He stepped out of the room. I was almost as curious about him as I was about Sergei's presence. Sergei, what on earth was that about?
話ができるのは彼が見張っている間だけだ。時間稼ぎをしてもらっている。
He did stuck you in, huh?
私は元は陸軍の人間で、彼は当時の同僚だ。彼に伝言を頼んだだろう。それを私が受け取った。
Yep. I had entirely forgotten, but he was right. The soldier from before was the same one I'd found relatively affable shortly after I arrived at the estate. It was the one I asked to deliver my message. Sergei, it seemed, had chosen to respond to the message for coming all the way to see me. I felt an incredible sense of gratitude towards the soldier for having the honesty and decency to keep his promise. Meanwhile, Sergei summarized the content of the message I sent to him.
我々に対する謝罪もあったようだが、それはひとまず置いておくとして、アルノーは我々を裏切った。彼は内通の手紙を送っていた。だから、彼には内々のことは話すな。
Yes, I think you've already realized this, but anything you say to Arnold is bound to make its way to the military as well. You can't trust him. Arnold's met everyone at the Riviera and has spoken with all of you, so I was worried that one of you might tell him something you should. Also snoozing the ad for a bit.
意図は理解した。だが、そこから違う事実が発覚した。
Inaccurate? How? In lieu of an answer, Sergei handed me a bundle of letters. What are these?
アルノーの母が持参した手紙だ。あなたはアルノーの彼女。 アリスさんと同居していたんだったな。
Madam Alice. Oh, yes, she did.
アリスさんはあなたとアルノーがパリへ行ったまま戻ってこないので、心配のあまり屋敷まで訪ねてきたらしい。またそれ以前、一連の出来事を不審に思い、彼が保管していた手紙を探し出し、目を通した。そのためわざわざこちらに持参したそうだ。
Madam Alice was worried about me, not just Arnold. Wonder if she was never told the truth about what was going on. She's never been good at keeping secrets, so Monsieur Daniel may have kept her out of the loop. Yeah, the mom doesn't know anything. That was sure of.
という話も実のところジルから
Should
先ほどの彼から聞いた。
here. Sergei glanced over the door. Apparently, his former comrade in ours was called Jill.
詳しく話そう。数日前、ジルが所用でこの屋敷を訪れた時のことだ。
Okay. Yo, fade to white again. And that day had been called General Vincent's estate again. At the moment, it served as the residence of a so-called witch. The military had placed her under house arrest and they were experimenting on her. The military didn't call it house arrest, of course, but from my perspective, that was the only way it could be described.
相変わらずこの屋敷の空気は重いな。
Silent Stars, hi. Yeah, how you been? Doing fine. Chilling and reading. And yeah, anyway, welcome to the stream. I traded ships with the guard who'd been assigned to bring the witch her food once, so I'd managed to make contact with her. I've been recruited to participate in this whole experiment as a guard because I'd also been involved with certain related operation that made getting to her nice and easy. Mostly just did it out of curiosity, really, but meeting with her, seeing how overcome with anxiety she was, ended up being less than pleasant. So when she asked me to deliver the message for her, I figured it was the least I could do to make up for what she'd been through. Now I'd returned to the estate in hopes that knowing her message had been delivered to the Rivier staff would give her at least a little peace of mind.
しかしセルジュとこんな形で再会することになるとは思わなかったな。
As I walked toward the estate, I reflected on the things life threw at you sometimes, only to stop in my tracks at the sound of someone shouting up ahead of me.
どうしてなの？あの子は私の娘も同然なのよ。一目会うくらい構わないでしょ。
Oh, Madam
残念
Alice.
ながら屋敷には誰も入れるなとバンさん大将から仰せつかっています。面会であれば大将から許可をいただいてください。
それがもらえないから直接ここへ来たんじゃない。
なんだ。
One of the guards and a woman were arguing. She was holding a bundle of papers, and there was a carriage parked in front of the estate that I assumed she'd arrived in. Judging by that, her clothes and her bearing, I could tell she was a pretty high-class lady. In the end, though, the guard drove her away. She plodded back toward the carriage. Soldier is slumped with disappointment.
屋敷に何かご用がありましたか？
ええ、中へ入りたいのに許可をもらえないの。ここは私の家でもあるのに。
Yeah, she lives here, technically.
家？もしかしてバン。
妻のアリスです。
Huh. Oh, hey Dean. Hey Dean, how you doing? Oh, how was RE3? Yeah, and also we're getting an ad in like 30 seconds and I cannot snooze it anymore. I'm saving the last snooze for later. Yeah, how was RE3? Oh man, there's the raid. There's the ad break in the bit as well. So yeah, we can probably just chill for a bit. No. Yeah, Dean. Hi. I don't know if you're in an ad jail right now, but yeah. Oh, hey, Dean. Yeah, how was RE3? Did you like? How far did you actually go for RE3? I don't know if you finished the game or I'm not in ad hill. Okay. Yeah. Wait, which one was RE3? Forgot which one was RE3. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Also, ad break for 3 minutes. So, yeah, he got halfway through. I kept dying to finish it. Yeah, remind me which one was RE3. Like, who was the main character for it? I mid-tried maybe. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. RE3 is the one with Jill, the one with the big guy that keeps chasing you. Oh, okay. Well, you got halfway through, so the next half on when you play it again, I guess. So yeah. Hey, good progress. Meanwhile, I'm trying to finish this game as well, so I can start with the Hakoki Sweet School Life next week. He just keeps saying stars. Yeah, if you need to do your after stream stuff, feel free to do so, Dean. I know it is getting pretty late there as well, and I think you have work? Correct me if I'm wrong if you have work in the morning, but yeah. I'm gonna be here trying to finish this route so I can move on to the new game next week. I gotta work and a dentist appointment. Oh, all right. Did mention about your teeth? Yeah. So good luck with that. Hopefully the results of your appointment is just just need to probably drink something or it's just gonna be a normal checkup. Because yeah, I kinda don't like going to the dentist either. So yeah. Oh, ad break is ending in 3 seconds, so I can continue after. Oh, there we go. Ad break done. Yippee. Oh, where's my mouse? There we go.
これは失礼しました。
I quickly straightened my posture and saluted. She, on the other hand, didn't seem to have minded my rudeness in the first place. She took a moment to inspect the pin on my lapel and confirm my
あな
rank.
たはここの警備の上官かしら。それならお願いがあって、 ここに囚われているのは私の大切な家族なの。元気にしているかどうか心配でブランブールからやってきたのよ。どうか一目合わせてちょうだい。
家族ですか。バンさん大将のお子さんはご子息。
それは血のつながりはないけれど、ずっと自分の子供のように思っていたわ。こんな風に閉じ込められてかわいそう。
お気持ちはお察ししますが、バンさん大将からのご指示。
その夫の指示に納得がいかないから直接出向いてきたのよ。魔法が使えるようになったから突然軍で引き取ることになったと言われても私は納得できないわ。それから顔も見ていないし。
October, the army had to take her away because she learned to use magic, but they refused to accept.
いつか本当の家族になれるんだって思っていたのに、手紙も断られ、いつ帰ってくるかも教えてもらえないなんて。
Oh god. Her desperate pleas resonated with me. They really did. She held out the bundle of papers I'd noticed before.
それにあの子を魔女だと言うけれど、私はずっと一緒に住んでいて一度も魔法を見たことがないわ。
Oh, well, sadly she is one, so...
何か証拠があるの？息子と夫がやり取りした手紙も読んだけど、書いてあったのは逆のことよ。もう7年も前に魔法は使えなくなって、今は魔女の片鱗も見えないという話だったわ。なのにそれから一体何があったの？
手紙ですか。
Yep.
ええ。息子もそれ以降戻ってこないから、おかしいと思って部屋の中を探したら。
She handed the papers over, and I quickly flipped through them. They seemed to be addressed from General Vincent to his son. There were a few from his son to the general as well, all of which featured handwriting errors or miswritten phrases. Judging by the quick skim, the letters were more or less all said the same thing. That the girl who was now held captive had shown no signs of being able to use magic, but she still needed to be kept under
しか
watch.
し彼女は軍基地で魔法の調査に協力していますよ。魔法も使っているようです。
そうなの？そんな、おかしいわ。息子のあるの。もしそうなら息子が真っ先に気づくはず。なのにそんなことは一言も。
手紙か。そういえば彼女から言づてを預かった時、内通の手紙がどうのと言っていたな。息子さんの名前はアルノーなんですね。
That was the same name the girl had given me. Pieces all fit together, and my gut told me that this wasn't something I could afford to ignore.
そうよ。会ったことがあるの？
What name of this game? It is GENSOU MANÈGE. It's an otome game.
任務の引き継ぎで話した程度ですが、この手紙をこちらで預かることはできますか。
どうして？
気になることがあるんです。俺も彼女のことは気になっていましたから。
Right. Jill has his principles as well, so yeah. Jill is actually a good guy. Just that the military has has a hold of him, and he has to do some stuff, but he has his principles. If I stuck my nose too deeply into this matter, I'd definitely be punished for it. I didn't want to turn a blind eye and end up regretting it, though I already had enough regrets for a lifetime. I resolved myself and asked her again.
今回の件について俺の方で調べます。そのためにもこの手紙を貸してください。結果がどうなるかはまだ分かりませんが、これ以上状況が悪化することもないはず
A
です。
strong mother? Yeah, she
お願いしま
is.
す。
She seemed hesitant to hand over somebody else's personal mail, but a moment later, she passed the bundle to me.
そういうならお願いするわ。とても優しい子なの。でもおとなしくて、いつも私たちに遠慮してばかりで、きっと今回だって助けてって言えずに苦しんでいるに違いないわ。魔女かどうかなんて関係ない。どうか
Aww.
あの子を助けてください。
How are you? Doing fine. I'm doing fine. I just wanna finish this route. Like in time.
調べよう。これはきっと魔女狩りの件につながっている。
Oh, okay.
乾いた声で裏切られたと話した彼女のためにも。俺の償いのためにも。
I see. Yep. As surgery spoke on, tears began to stream down my cheeks. Can't believe Madame Alice would say all those things and go so far to try to help me. I thought that I was all alone, that I had nowhere left in the world where I belonged, but maybe I was wrong. How could I forget? I've been so happy for these past 7 years. It's not that I never wished my parents were still alive, but Madame Alice has always been such a bright and wonderful person. And Arnold has always been so kind to me. No matter what might have been happening in the background, nothing can take the time I spent in the Vincent household away from me. Pressed my lips together, listening with bated breath as Sergei spoke on.
その時ジルが預かった手紙が
Some of them were indeed addressed from Monsieur Daniel to Arnold, and some were addressed from Arnold to Monsieur Daniel, as well failed drafts it seemed. Come to think of it, Arnold always did hold on to all the drafts of articles that he had to rewrite. That habit must have carried over to his letters as well. I looked over one of Arnold's letters, only to find that its content was familiar to me. My monitoring of Emma's magic continues as usual. There have been no issues regarding her physical or mental state. I'll continue to keep her environment stable and minimize potential provocations. She has absolute faith in me, so if any examinations are determined to be necessary, please make sure they go through me. I'll rewrite again if any further news arises. Huh.
何か知っているのか
I happened to catch a glimpse of it at home once. That's when it first occurred to me that Arnold may have been monitoring me and reporting back to Monsieur Daniel about everything I did. I was so flustered that at the end I only read a few lines.
なるほど。もう一度全文を読め。思い違いがある可能性がある。
Misapprehension? So there's more. I turned my gaze back to the letter and quickly read on. Hadn't misread it, at least. It was indeed a report about me. Further details, however, would shock me. Over the lengthy period I have spent observing Emma, she has shown no signs of any sort of magical awakening. I see no reason to believe that will change in the future and question the necessity of further surveillance. What? He wrote I couldn't use my magic. But how could that be? Arnold's letter was what had brought Monsieur Daniel to Bangford to capture me. He most likely has been lying to his dad just to protect her, but his dad kind of probably caught on and just went to just fetch her at the moment, I guess. I had assumed this whole time that meant he had told his father that I'd Learn to use my magic.
バンサン大将から戻ってきた手紙を見ても、同様の報告を何度も繰り返していたのがわかる。それどころか文面を見ると、魔法の力が目覚めることはないだろうし、もう監視はやめにしようと進めている。おそらく、最後まで。
But then...
この手紙はあなたに預ける。後で確認してくれ。それと、こちらは別口からの情報だが、
Which ones? I know they haven't at
過去の
least.
知識としてだろう。現在も似たようなことが行われていると聞いたことはあるか？
What? I was aghast. Witch hunts were supposed to be ancient history. That era had ended centuries ago. Barely any witches were left in the modern era to begin with. That most likely was exactly why the military had locked me up to experiment on
一
me.
般にはまず知られていないとは思う。軍で秘密裏に行われていることだ。そしてそれを指示しているのはバンサン大将だ。
Yep. Sergei's story made too much sense for me to reject it. It explained why he'd had Arnold keep watch over me on his behalf for so long. And it explained why the military base would have the specialized facilities necessary to conduct magical experiments. It was already clear to me that those experiments were done on Monsieur Daniel's orders, and imagining him conducting witch hunts behind the scenes wasn't much of a stretch. It was convincing, yes, but it was also such an overwhelming truth to be faced with. Couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. And Sir Daniel, why would he do such a thing?
それについてはわからないが、軍が関係あるのは確かだろう。そしてその魔女狩りには
Arnold too? Before I could fall into despair a second time, Sergei clarified
だ
himself.
が、それには理由がある。手紙についてもそうだが、アルノーはあなたを助けたい一心で。
What?
実のところ、ジルはパリへ戻ってくるまでは魔女狩りを行う部隊の指揮を取っていた。魔女を見つけ出し研究対象とするための部隊だ。しかしその非人道的なやり方に耐えかねて自ら降格を申し出たそうだ。
Inhumane acts. And you're telling me the military at large approve all of this?
もちろん違う。バンサン大将の指示により軍のごく一部で行われていることだろう。表沙汰にはなっていないはずだ。ただ軍の人間がどこまで関わっているかはわからない。ジルも元帥に訴えてたそうだが聞き入れてもらえなかったそうだ。そしてジルの後釜になったのはアルノーだ。しかし彼の目的は魔女狩りそのものではなく、あなたの代わりを見つけることだ。
Sergei put a great deal of emphasis on those last three words. I could only imagine how shocked and dismayed I must have looked as I heard them. To take my place?
これはジルが指揮を交代する際に本人から聞いた話だそうだが、あなたの代わりとなる魔女を見つけて差し出せばあなたの身柄を解放する。バンサン大将はアルノーにそう約束しているらしい。そのためバンサン大将は権力を利用し軍人でもない人間を登用してアルノーに部隊の指揮を取らせている。まあ子息を部隊の上官にというならばさほど違和感のある話でもないだろうから。
Yeah. Nepotism right there.
とにかくアルノーの目的はそれだ。代わりがいるのならあなたを解放する。その条件を満たすためにアルノーは今魔女狩りに躍起になっているのだと思う。
Even if that means like subjecting someone else to the suffering that MC is going through as well. Searching for someone to replace me. And I don't think the MC would like that. Ever since the revelations Monsieur Daniel had delivered, Arnold had distanced himself from me. He no longer spoke with me the way he used to. He felt cold and impersonal, like a totally different person. I had reached a conclusion that to him I really was just an object of surveillance and nothing more. But Arnold lied to me for all these years, and when I saw him recently, he was so cold and cruel.
それもあなたを守るためだったのかもしれない。バンサン大将は魔法に強く固執している。魔法を使えなくなったあなたをずっと手元に置き、7年前の事件のきっかけを作り、そして彼の息子であるアルノーとしてはその命令に反することは不可能だろう。
That's true, yes.
しかし完全に言いなりになってはいない。その事実をこの手紙が示している。アルノーはあなたを監視するふりをしながら魔法は使えない、諦めた方がいいと。けれど彼は途中で気づいていたはずだ。あなたが魔法を使えるようになったと。
Yes, he did.
隠していたのはなぜか。それはあなたを軍にバンサン大将に引き渡さないためだとしか考えられない。
I couldn't find any reason to argue against that claim. At the very least, the letter I read just a moment ago seemed to indicate that Arnold had been trying to protect me.
まとめよう。まずこれが大前提だ。エヴァ、私やレイブの人間、ジルやアリスさん、そしておそらくはあなたを助けたい。魔女狩りは不当だ。
Sergei's words touched me deeply.
魔法が使えるか否かで人を差別してはならない。あなたには自由に生きる権利がある。軍の間違いは正さねばならない。ただそのためには多くの準備が必要になる。何よりその前にあなたが折れてはダメだ。バンサン大将はもしアルノーが代わりになる魔女を見つけてきてもあなたを解放したりはしないだろう。そんな条件で解放するつもりならもとよりこんな大げさに設備を整えたり魔女狩りの舞台を用意したりはしない。アルノーは利用されているだけだ。この件についてはヒューゴとも見解が一致している。
Monsieur Hugo said so as well.
ヒューゴはいつかレイブであったあなたと彼らのやりとりを聞いていたからな。アルノーはダニエルの前では萎縮している。父親のいないところで話した方がいい。そういうことだ。そろそろ時間になる。
At almost the exact same moment Sergei turned to look at the door, Jill stepped through it.
おーい、まだかよ。まさか調子に乗って口説いてんじゃねえの？
Jill, no! It's not his route. No!
そんなわけがあるか。あと1分くれ。
俺が一服する間だけだぞ。
You've gone as long as it takes me to have a smoke break. Damn. Okay. The sudden shift in Jill's tone was shocking, and the wink he gave as he left certainly didn't help. He certainly takes a different attitude with Sergei than he does with me. But you mix up the routes. Sergei didn't let that distract him though, and quickly began to question me.
エマ、あなたの答えを聞いておきたい。
Oh. The word escape felt heavier than it ever had before. I thought about fleeing many times, but I knew that I couldn't escape the military. I'd given up without making any effort to do so. Sergei was a former soldier. He would know how difficult fleeing the military would be better than anyone. When he asked if I wanted to escape this place, I felt safe in assuming he didn't just mean whether I wanted out of the estate itself. He knew what would come next. Do I want to escape or not? I hesitated, but only for a moment before making up my mind. Everything went we just discussed was founded upon conjecture. For all I knew, I was doomed to fall into despair all over again. But one way or another, I had a feeling that I won't find any true answers here. Whoa, choices. Wait a minute. Let me, save again. If we try to escape, I don't think we can actually escape. They're still gonna hunt us down. If we don't escape, why did I say I don't want to escape? I don't want to escape. No, just running away won't solve anything. Yep. Oh, yeah, running away won't solve it either, so... Yeah. Also, hi there on the YouTube chat. I cannot read Japanese, so I don't know what's written there. The moment I found my result, the words flowed naturally from my mouth. I want to learn the truth. I want to speak with Arnold again. It seems possible that I was so preoccupied with all the problems that faced me, I ended up operating under a grave misunderstanding. I thought that I believed in Arnold, but it's possible that I never really understood him. I agree with you, Sergei. The military's wrongs must be righted. I don't want to run away from people like them. But before anything else, I need to sort out my feelings, and that means talking with Arnold. I'm sure he's the only one who can make that happen. For just a moment, Sergei's smile seemed to curve into a very rare and astonishingly gentle smile.
では、屋敷からの脱出方法を考え連絡する。アルノーの現在の居場所も。しかし全ての手配ができるわけではない。アルノーに会ったら、
I'll figure out what comes next on my own. For now, though, I want to talk with him above all else. And if he really is trying to capture which should take my place, if he really is about to make a terrible mistake, then I have to stop him no matter what. Yeah, the MC won't want someone else to suffer in her place. That is clear. Sergei gave me another deep nod. Just then the door opened. Joe spoke his head inside and gave Sergei a meaningful glance.
明日には連絡する。食事を食べておけ。途中で倒れたら困るからな。
I will, and thank you, Sergei. After Sergei and Joe departed, I spent some time sorting out my thoughts, and as I read through the letters they had left with me. These are the letters that Arnold and Monsieur Daniel sent to each other. I hadn't had the time to read them in full while Sergei was here, but now I started with the oldest one and worked my way forward. They were often written in shorthand, summarizing only the bare minimum of information. Even without knowing exactly what was being discussed, though, I felt I could get the overall gist. In short, Monsieur Daniel had given Arnold an order.
エマの状況は把握した。霊部移動遊園地については詳しく調べて報告すること。彼女がスタッフと接触することは禁じない。遊園地というものに触れ、失った記憶を取り戻すことで、また魔法も使えるようになるかもしれん。いずれにしろ、監視は引き続き行うこと。
That was not to my surprise. The only letter that went along those lines. The next letter from Monsieur Daniel said virtually the same thing. Does that mean? It seemed clear now that Arnold had reported over and over that there had been no change in my situation. Each time, Monsieur Daniel had replied with a sternly worded rejection to Arnold's conclusions. Oh, okay. I read through the last letter that Arnold had written one more time in full.
エマの魔法については経過の観察を続ける。体調や精神状態に問題はない。刺激しないよう今後も安定させる。彼女は俺に絶大な信頼を寄せているので、試験が必要な場合は俺を通して調整を。しかし個人的な意見では、長くエマを監視しているが、魔法の力が目覚める兆候は全く見られない。今後も同様であるように思う。監視の必要があるかどうかは疑問だ。
I'm fairly certain this was the last letter before I was captured. And by the time Arnold wrote this, he already knew perfectly well that I could use my magic. But he kept quiet about it. Or is this all a trick? Did he send a totally different letter in which he reported the truth about my magic? He certainly could have, and yet... Bundled the letters up again and placed them in the dresser where no one would see them. Then I stepped over to the window and ran my fingers through the scratch in its frame. I just can't believe he would do such a thing. I want to believe that Arnold kept hiding the truth of my magic to the bitter end. If everything that Sergei had told me, and everything that Jill had told me was true, then maybe I could allow myself to feel at ease. Maybe I could afford to trust Arnold again, at least a little. No, not maybe. I will trust him. The thought that he deceived me, that he'd been lying to me for as long as I'd known him, was painful. Believing that he had betrayed me had left me lost and confused. Made me want to give up on everything. But from another perspective, all of that just served to show how much I cared about him. I wonder if he really did insist I keep the fact that I'm a witch secret because he was afraid that this might happen. If that's the case, then maybe not everything was a lie after all. He may have been lying about some things, yes. But that doesn't mean that the Arnold I knew and loved was a lie. In and of himself. Didn't want to invalidate those 7 years of memories together. So I'll talk with him one more time. A letter from Sergei arrived at dinner time the next day. Jill handed it over to me when he brought me my meal.
アルノーさんの部隊が滞在している町について手紙に詳しく書いてあります。それと脱出するための手順も。
Oh. Thank you, Jill.
事前によく読んでおいてください。失敗したら2度目はないので。
He opened the letter, quickly skimmed it, and it seemed Arnold was in a town called... Oh. There is a witch there, but that's,
魔女が隠れ住んでいるという噂のある町です。それらしき人物を見つけたとは聞いていないので、今は情報収集の段階かと思います。すでにアルノーさんはその町に入っているはずですから、急いだ方がいいでしょう。ことが起きてしまう前に。
Yeah, before they find her, because that is someone important to Lucille as well. Understood. I stowed the letter away carefully, intending to give it a more thorough reading later on. Next, Jill delivered the summary of the plan for my escape.
脱出の機会はそう多くありません。明日は別口の任務で警備が手薄になるので、その機会を狙います。
Okay.
それでも見張りは常に数人いますし、その目をかいくぐるのは容易ではないでしょう。ですので気が引けるとは思うのですが、軽く魔法を使う素振りをしてほしいんです。その隙に逃げ出せるようにしますから。
That makes sense. Would making a flash of magical light be enough? Do you think?
はい、大丈夫です。明日検査室へ入る前に俺が例のネックレスを渡しますので、それをつけて魔法を使ってから逃げてください。
You know, MC, there is a way for that. Blind them. Just flashbang them, yeah.
その後はレイブへ直行してください。レイブのスタッフの方々にも協力してもらえるよう話はついています。
He understood the plan, but there was still one question left that I had to ask. Wait, won't they suspect you of letting me escape?
疑われはするでしょうが、見張りの軍人はあなたがネックレスをつけると魔力が増幅され危険だから近づくなと言われているんです。ですから検査室に入ってから装着させろと。検査室の内部は多少魔法を使って暴れても平気な作りになっていますから。最悪の場合は検査室に閉じ込めろと言われています。あなたには不快な話ですが。ですから誤って部屋の外でネックレスを渡し装着させてしまったので、止めることができなかったと申し開きをします。
I'll have all the pretexts I need to claim I couldn't stop you from escaping. Yeah, that works. Yeah, that kind of works. I nodded in understanding. I felt how incredibly powerful my magic became when I wore the star necklace. I never had a good reason to try it until now, but I had a feeling that if I unleashed all the magical power I could, it would be enough to scare the soldiers into submission. I mean, they were also finding ways to make you stronger, right? So why not use that against them, right? But on the other hand, I wouldn't want to use magic that could harm people, not even against soldiers. Emma, not now, no. I know you're really kind, but no, not right now. That's when the thought struck me. Jill had participated in the witch hunts. How would he feel about magic? He's telling me to use my magic. Does that mean that it doesn't scare him? Do witches not scare you, Jill? Aren't you worried that giving me the necklace and having me use my magic could be dangerous for you?
怖いですか。
Jill paused the thing, then suddenly smiled.
じゃあこっからはお仕事じゃなく、俺の本音で話すけど。
Pardon? Jill's tone suddenly shifted. His new attitude reminded me of how he'd spoken to Sergei.
軍にいて俺が怖いと思ったのは魔法なんかじゃなく人の冷酷さだな。
You know what? You're right. Military has been doing inhumane things, so why not? Jenny saw the house, all I can say is damn. Yeah, I'd still need to check on it later to see if I need to adjust anything, but yeah, it's house done. House is done. We can actually have Noko that look at it if when the time comes that we could, yeah.
同じ人間を人間とも思わず監禁したり脅したり、軍にいるとどうしても感覚が麻痺してくるもんだけど。
Yep, what he said. Yep.
それが正しいことかどうか考えること自体を忘れていた自分に気がついたとき、どれだけ恐ろしいと思ったか。
Are you talking about the witch hunts?
そう、許してほしいとは言えない。でも償いくらいはさせてほしい。 俺には魔女狩りの時に出会った人たちも君も普通の人間にしか見えなかったよ。
Okay, so yeah, this Jill is still like has his principles on him, at least, and he hasn't given up yet. But during the surgery route, he has kind of given up.
平然と誰か
Oh,
の
that's
自由
nice.
を奪い脅したり虐げたりする人間の方がよほど怖い。
Arya Frost, it's GENSOU MANÈGE, it's an otome game. Also, it is. I know it's pinned also on the chat, so there we go.
だから俺から見れば君は間違いなく可愛いマドモアゼルだ。
There we go. I appreciate you saying that.
いえいえ、次会う時は全力で口説くからね。
Damn, okay, Jill. Jill trying to have a route, I see. I see you. I mean, he is a pretty nice guy, but yeah. Yes, you certainly present yourself well rather differently when you're not working, don't you? You're trying to hijack her route now. Yes, I'm like, damn, okay, that. I mean, I don't mind having a route for this guy. He is pretty chill.
よく言われるよ。
Imagine if on the next new chapter screen you see him instead of Arnold. Damn, okay. Oh, secret route, I see. I mean, there are actually otome games like that has secret routes that you don't know about actually exist. So yeah. I won't be that surprised if he actually has a secret route and nobody has done so yet. There's a chance. Well, I wish, but considering how this game works, it's highly like he doesn't have a route. He's just an NPC, sadly. But, you know, I wish we could have a route of him because he does seem like a pretty nice guy. Oh, okay. So I guess this is the time we're actually gonna try to escape then. The next day's tests were scheduled to begin in the afternoon. They checked my health first, followed by the current status of magic. That took until the early evening, at which point the time finally came for me to use the power of the star necklace in the examination room. Jill, incidentally, had stood guard over me throughout the whole day up to that point.
じゃあ、ネックレスを。
As we arrived at the door, the examination room, Jill unsealed the star necklace's case. My heart pounded as I casually took note of all the nearby guards. Okay. There's one of them inside the examination room and one further down the hall. Then there are also a few in the strategic points throughout the facility. My instructions were to not worry about the guards. They'd be taken care of, apparently, so I simply had to run to the back entrance as fast as I could. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Just don't get lost, MC. He'll be fine. I didn't know whether or not my escape would pan out, but I drilled the instruction into my mind and intended to follow them to the letter. Mentally ran through the plan one last time as Jill held the necklace out to me. Right, here we go. I blind them, MC. Blind them.
検査室に入ったらそれをつけてください。
He gave me a wink as I took the necklace from him. interpreted that as my signal. I threw on the necklace and focused on the palm of my hand. Jill feigned gas as I tried to release a flash of a completely harmless magical light. Feigned the gas, okay, Jill. I see. Acting right there. Acting right there. The necklace, however, had more of an effect than I anticipated. The light was blindingly bright. She accidentally did the flashbang. At the very least, that little mistake would make Jill's failure to catch me come across more convincingly. Well, he tried acting, but it became kind of real. Think fast, get flashbang. MC didn't really know it was gonna be that powerful, apparently, but you know what? That works as well because it looks genuine enough. So just run! MC, go! Run! As I set off at a sprint, I heard a strange sound coming from Jill's feet. Couldn't stop myself from glancing back. A cloud of smoke had begun to billow up around him. Is that smoke? No time to wonder. I had to hurry up. Oh, at least he... Also, Jill did a smoke screen. Nice.
Mega.
I think that's real. I think that's real. I think he actually got flashback. He actually got flashbang. I could hear Jill's panic shouting in another soldier's voice. He must have emerged from the examination room. That did sound real. It was just acting a moment ago and now it became real. You know, I mean, it still works because he won't at least be suspected that he was working with us for the escape. So, you know what? That also works for him. I had to admire Jill's acting skills, though I didn't stick around to see them. Kept running at full tilt, dashing around the corner. The acting, though, damn, Jill. To the left, oh, they... Just as Jill had predicted, the security at the base was unusually light that day. There wasn't a soul to be seen by the back door and cast for breath as I pushed it open. And the Oscar goes to... Great acting right there. Buddy, why are you a soldier if you can act like this? Before I could open the door, opened it. That is a grammar mistake right there, but okay then. Though I heard the voice from outside and froze. Second later, however, I realized that it was a voice I recognized. Yosh! Oh, Kriye! I mean, Kriye is able to go out of the... yeah. Is that Kriye? Peek out through the partially open door to find Kriye outside putting on some sort of performance. Oh. It was a relief to see him again, looking, well, at that. I couldn't stick around though. I knew that this performance was a distraction intended to help me escape. While the guard's attention was drawn by Kriye's juggling, I slipped out of the base and ran for the forested area where the reveille would be waiting for. Okay. Okay, we're here. The reveille had been surrounded by a fence, but I managed to squeeze through and slip my way inside without issue. I was greeted by the dearly familiar sights of the Rivier as well as by the director, Sergey and Clara, all of whom were waiting for me.
やあ、久しぶりだね。
無事に抜け出せ
I
た
miss them.
久しぶり。よかった。
The three of them welcomed me with open arms. That, however, made you feel all the more obliged toward them. It's good to see all of you, and I'm so sorry for causing so much trouble. I've wanted to apologize this whole time. Before anyone else could speak up, Clara took the initiative to scold me.
何言ってるの。そんなのどうでもいいわよ。ずっと軍の実験をやらされてるって聞いて気が気じゃなかったんだから。
Aww.
体は大丈夫？顔色が少し悪いわ。まったくひどいことするわね。
I'm fine, thank you.
魔法の反動は来ていないかい？無理に強化しようとすると体にも負担がかかるから。
No, I don't think so. For now, I'm still alright.
なるほど。それならよかった。と、ゆっ
Yeah,
くりし
I
てい
think
る
we
暇
have to
もなか
go.
ったね。
We gotta run. The carriage pulled by a horse-shaped automaton stood by Hugo's side. He led it in front
リオ
of
ン
me.
がいつも使っている専用の馬車なんだ。一人で移動するならこれが一番いい。
これでパルージュへ向かえ。オートマタなら休憩を挟まずに走れるし、最低限だが必要なものは積んである。
Oh, okay. Felt a little overwhelmed as I stepped up to the automaton. The director seemed to notice and gave me a quick explanation.
移動したいときはまずここを押すんだ。手元のつまみで速度は調整できるから落ちないようにだけ気をつけて。途中でトラブルがあれば乗り捨ててもいい。とにかくパリから早く離れるんだ。それが最優先だからね。
You really don't mind if I borrow this?
もちろん。歩きではすぐに捕まるよ。
But this is one of your automatons, isn't it important to you? That wasn't my only reservation, truth. There was so debating that I had pulled the people of the Rivier into this problem. And if I fled now, there was no telling when I'd be able to return. That, of course, meant that there was no telling when or if I would be able to set them free. Couldn't help but wonder if it was really alright for me to simply leave.
エマ、ここは夢の世界だ。君の笑顔がレイブの原動力になる。夢の世界はみんなの笑顔で動かされているんだよ。君もその一人だ。君がベストな選択をするために力を貸すのはごく自然なことだよ。俺たちの選択をどうか無駄なものにはしないで。
The director gave me a perfectly gentlemanly bow that took me right back to the very first time I'd visited the Rivier. The instant I'd set foot in this charming, beautiful park, I felt like I'd stepped straight into a picture book. It had been a wondrous moment. I thought that being apprehended by the military would produce the Rivier to a shadow of its former self, and yet...
このレイブは魔法の象徴のようなものだ。だからこそ軍も調べたがる。魔法は悪いものじゃない。俺たちの夢を具現化するきらめきのようなものだ。君がまた心から望んで魔法を使えるようにアルノーに会ってくるといい。
And that, the director lifted me up onto the carriage. Before I even realized what was happening, he'd set the automaton into motion.
もしまた助けが必要になったら、パリ市内で隠れているクリエを探せ。あなたの力になるはずだ。
きっといつものパフォーマンスで小銭を稼いでいるはずだからすぐわかるでしょう。クリエによろしくね。
君は一人じゃないよ、エマ。これから先何があっても俺たちは後悔なんてしないから。だから気をつけて行っておいで。
I will. Thank you all so much. I gave them all a Grateful wave as the automaton carried me off towards. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I still have no idea how to pronounce that place, but yeah. Oh, chapter 7, here we go. I sighed as I step out of the
パルー
store.
ジュという町が魔女の隠れ里になっているという噂を手に入れたまでは良かったが
At first, I'd been certain that the townspeople would conspire to hide her from us. That's why I'd been very cautious with my investigation. But in truth, the second the locals heard the word magic or witch, their attitude pivoted in an instant. I don't appreciate the insinuation that we're sheltering the likes of witches, young man. Haha. On our way to save our boy. I won't say save. We're technically saving another witch from getting experimented on instead, and we're trying to stop this man from apprehending the witch. Oh. Look, hi. Welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. I made no effort to hide their disdain for our target. That was all well and good from the military's perspective, but on a personal level, it was painful to listen to. But you chose
魔女
this.
だからって同じ人間なのに
Buddy, you chose to do this. It's on you. And again, there was always a chance that they really were conspiring to protect the witch. Maybe they were just playing up their supposed prejudice to fool us. One way or another, we hadn't found so much as a scrap of useful information. We'd hit the dead end.
となるとどうするかやはり多少は強引な手を使うしかないのか町外れの森に待機している部隊もいるし町そのものを制圧することもできるが
The moment I considered the possibility, however, Emma's face appeared on my mind's eye.
エマならきっと嫌がる
Oh yeah, she will. She will if you actually chose to pull out violence just to get what you want, right?
いやもう嫌われてるんだった気にしても仕方がないけど
Came to a standstill and heaved another sigh of
や
many.
っぱりやめようエマが嫌がることはしたくない
Maybe that was absurd of me to think, considering how much I'd done to upset her already. Part of me knew that and was very eager to point it out. But that changed nothing. I just couldn't.
マカロンを押し付けた時のあの顔あの声
I could never possibly forget it. Part of me had wanted to break her out of her confinement on the spot and flee to some foreign country with her. Maybe if I'd gone through with it, I would have regained a little of her trust by now. But I couldn't. I'd known I couldn't even as I'd fantasized about it. The estate was under constant guard for one thing, and those guards were particularly vigilant about watching me. Just meeting with her required me to jump through all sorts of hoops. To make things worse, Emma already despised me. Even if I told her that I would break her out, the odds were high that she wouldn't trust me enough to go along with it. Just imagining that possibility was excruciating.
マカロンなんて持っていくんじゃなかった
Oh, we have an ad break in 1 minute, so yeah. The moment I heard she'd been turning down meals, I'd gone out to buy them in the hopes she could be convinced to eat her favorite treat at least. I regretted it profoundly now. Way back in the day, I'd brought her macarons in that room in the hopes they'd make her stop crying. This time it made her cry by doing the very same thing.
きっと俺のいないところでたくさん泣いているんだろうな、俺のせいで。
Oh, the blinding light. Ow. No. When I met with Emma that day, when I saw that she was even more emaciated than I'd feared, I immediately resolved to try to negotiate with my father. I decided to wait for him to come home and demand to know what it would take to convince him to free her. It was midday by the time I finally managed to talk to him, and when I did, the condition he proposed caught me entirely off guard.
俺に魔女狩りをしろと言うんですか？
そうだ。奴らはなかなか尻尾を出さない。情報こそあちこちから入ってくるが、未だこちらが求める人材は見つかっていない。
He just called the witches resources. Yeah, he doesn't consider them as human.
エマを監視していたお前なら多少は魔女に対して鼻が利くだろう。その経験を生かしてこい。
経験といっても俺は何も。
Oh, we have an ad break though, so I'm gonna take that 3 minutes as a break. Yeah, I'll hydrate, and that means I have to go and get another bottle of water. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'll go get more water. Okay, I'm back. Up. I am hydrated. Yep. Oh, where my mouse at? Where my mouse at? Oh, there you go.
できないというならそれまでだ。エマの解放は不可能だ。諦めるがいい。
He began to stand up. In his mind, the matter was settled, but I quickly spoke up.
待ってください。魔女。エマの代わりになる魔女を見つけてくれば。
Her father gave me a slow appraising glance, then nodded.
もちろんだ。
I doubt. I doubt. Sus. Come back. Hey. Hey, Nero. Hey there.
魔法を使うことのできるエマは大変危険な存在だが、私としてはお前の気持ちも尊重してやりたい。
I doubt. That face does not look very genuine about those words. I doubt.
そこまでお前がこだわるなら、私も改めてお前の恋を応援しようじゃないか。だから、代わりの魔女を用意しろ。そうすれば、彼女は自由だ。結婚でも何でも自由にするがいい。アリスも気に入っているようだしな。
Liar, I know, right? You lie. Or so I thought, but when he finally named his condition, I
また俺は誰かを騙してそいつの人生を奪うようなことをするのか。
just finished all the SHP achievements for S rank, so I'm amazing. How about you? Doing fine. Also, that's cool. Hey, congrats.
お前も長い間彼女の監視を強いられてそろそろ疲れている頃だろう。これで一区切りとすればいい。魔女を一人捕まえてきて交代させるだけだ。簡単だろ。
俺一人ではそれは
専用の部隊はすでに動いている。その隊長が降格になったところだったからな。お前に貸してやろう。
約束は必ず守ってください。
49 more Endwalker's S rank, so now I'm free to play 14 again. Hey! Oh, I am being called. Oh. I'll be back, being called. Okay, I'm back. Had to run downstairs to receive a package for someone. So yeah. Oh, okay. I'm good.
ああ、頼りになる息子がいてよかった。
Oh god. Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, dolls. I stared at him for a moment longer, then nodded. With that, the deal was sealed. Oh boy. The melatonin worked. Hey, nice. That's good. Knocked me the fuck out. Well, if it worked, right? That's good to know. I was too aware of how little my father's word could be counted upon. He saw people as pawns to be manipulated and discarded the moment they outlived their use. The only difference in my case was that, as his son, I was quite as easy to throw away. He still used, manipulate, and deceive me to the bitter end. Larga, walk doggos, good luck, have fun. Yeah, thank you, Nero. Yeah, go walk, go give the doggos walkies. Pharmacist told me I could use those to fix bad sleeping habits. Well, yeah, that is melatonin, yeah.
何も言えない俺が一番愚か。
If there was the slightest chance left that I could save her, I had to cling to it. I knew it was fruitless, but that didn't matter to me. I had my choice and left the room. Oh.
でも、どちらにしろもう決めたことだ。
I chosen to join in the witch hunts. And I couldn't back out now.
自分で自分を許せなくなっても、他にあいつを助ける方法が見つからない。
It was a foolish, pointless effort. It always had been. I'd been chasing the impossible for years now.
自分にも他人にも嘘をついて、愚かだって分かっているのに、自分を変えることができない。
But none of that mattered. I had no choice but to follow through. Guess I've had a habit going to bed so late that I didn't have a lot of sleep. I mean, that's understandable. I do the same. Yeah. Tomorrow I decided I would come up with a new method of gathering information. As I set off on my way, I happened to run into one of the soldiers in my unit.
よう、何か収穫はあったか？
いえ、何も。町の人間が協力的なのはありがたい。
とりあえず一度戻って話すか。
そうですね。あちらの方はどうしますか？
The soldier gave me a knowing glance as he spoke. I was none too happy to hear him bring that matter up. The alternative option, as he put it, referred to a military base on the outskirts of Blankburg. The intention was for my unit to use it as a detainment site for suspected witches. Officially, the base had been long since abandoned, and only a very small number of military personnel were permitted to enter. Witch hunts, however, meant that there was a chance it would have to be used again soon, and on a regular basis. The predecessor and I had gone to survey the base just the other day.
でも、あそこを今後使うというのは。
I would have to decide which of my men to station there for one thing. But in truth, I was hoping there wouldn't be a need to use it at all. After all, the way they treated the previous suspected witches who'd been kept there was too terrible for me to stomach.
収容という名目になっていたが、あれは明らかに監禁だ。独房のようなところへ入れられ、拘束されて、罪人でもあるまいし、
I was working to bring witches out of hiding myself, yes. But that didn't mean I didn't have any reservations about throwing any suspects into a place like that. It seemed immoral.
そう思うとやっぱり
I was growing more and more certain that I would have to put an end to my father's plan myself.
どうしました？
My gaze had drifted to the ground, but my subordinate's voice brought me back to reality.
もう少し検討したいなと思って
Morning Star Shadow, hi.
検討？
あそこを利用するのは気が引けるいくらなんでもあんな待遇じゃ
ジルさんも同じことを言ってましたよ。あれじゃ牢獄みたいだって。
ジル前任の隊長か
And by extension, he was also the man who'd given me a tour of the very base in question. From what I'd heard, it was the terrible conditions that suspects were kept in that drove him to step down as leader of the witch hunts.
みんなそんなことを考えながらこの任務についているのか
アルノーさんはもともと軍人じゃないし、俺たちもついこぼしてしまいますが、任務の内容に異を唱えれば処罰の対象になりますよ。腹の中じゃどう思ってるか知りませんが。
まあそうだろうな
Just then, our conversation was interrupted. Okay. Another of my men came charging down the street toward us.
アルノーさん、
どうした何かあったのか
広場の方まで来てください。妙な馬車に乗った人物がいたので尋問しようとしたところ、魔法のようなものを使い始めて。
魔法
Oh.
わかったすぐに広場に向かう
For all my doubts, if a witch showed up right in front of me, I couldn't let myself ignore her.
だからダメなんだ
How could I have ever expected her to approve of me, much less to love me when I couldn't even approve of myself? Oh boy. The automaton that the director had loaned me had raced along the moonlit road at an astonishing pace. Just as he claimed, it never needed to stop for a rest, nor did it slow for a moment. I managed to arrive at Road the very next afternoon. After I stopped the automaton in a quiet play nearby and climbed out of the carriage. Oh, good. It doesn't look like the town's in an uproar, so I'm guessing nothing's gone wrong yet. I have to find Arnold before the witch hunt starts in earnest. I took several long deep breaths. My heart was pounding faster than usual, perhaps because I'd been in the carriage for so long. I have to hurry. I have to see him as soon as possible. Maybe that's why I didn't even notice that my necklace had begun to dimly glow as I made my way toward the town. This seems like a perfectly ordinary, quiet little town. Star decided to look for somewhere in town where people were likely to gather. I'd assumed that if the military had occupied the town, they'd be in the plaza. When I arrived there, though, I found no sign of any soldiers. Locals came and went, shopping in the nearby stores and exchanging small talk. It was such a perfectly quaint and picturesque scene. It actually put me on edge. Has Arnold's unit not arrived in town yet? No, that can't be possible. Maybe they're conducting their investigation in secret. If so, I should... As I racked my mind for ideas, I felt a hand rest on my shoulder. Oh.
なあ、あんた。
Yes? Do you need something?
今、森の外れから来ただろう。妙な馬車に乗っていなかったか？
Uh-oh. Right. This town don't like witches. Internally, I flew into panic, but I managed to keep myself mostly composed as I replied to the man. Came by carriage, yes, but perfectly normal one. Why do you ask?
そうか。ちょっと見せてもらいたいんだが。
The man tightened his grip, holding me in place by the soldier. Oh god. Ah, run. Look in his eyes told me everything I needed to know. I'm in trouble. This man is a soldier. Oh boy. I've seen enough of his kind in the military space to recognize them on sight. There was a certain sharpness to the way they looked at you, and commanding authoritative tone in their voices. This man had probably been tasked to monitor the local townspeople. He hadn't considered the possibility. He'd been careless. Oh yeah. Can't let them catch me before I see Arnold. In the worst case, they might not let me meet with him at all. I was flustered and wrenched myself out of the man's grip reflexively. I'm afraid I must decline. Good day, monsieur. I was hoping I'd be able to lose the man in the crowd of town square, but he was more persistent than I'd given him credit
Oi.
for.
そう邪険にすることはないだろう。何か後ろめたいことでもあるのか。
I prefer not to speak with men who grab me without permission.
少し話すだけだ。食事でもご馳走しよう。いい店があるんだ。
Run. No. No thank you. I turned him down firmly and he responded by grabbing me by the arm. Oh. Should I do? He's suspicious. Now, no doubt about it. Glanced around the vicinity looking for someone who might help, but I was an outsider and the passerby were giving me a white bird and turning a blind eye to my plight. I knew that if I let the man drag me away, I would be confined and taken in for questioning. Can't let this happen. I was growing frantic. I had to escape. My emotions were unstable and they were about to manifest in a way I never could have anticipated. Up! Time to blind everyone, I guess, or something. Oh, and it's wind. Ooh. As I shook out the soldier's hand with all my strength, that heat seemed to be unleashed. Suddenly, my body felt light as a feather. At the same instant, a dazzling flash of light engulfed the vicinity. Even I found myself shutting my eyes reflexively. What's going on? The light was blinding, and the heat was searing. I managed to crack my eyes open just enough to see that the necklace I was wearing had begun to glow brightly. The light grew brighter still, and the world around me began to distort. Before I knew it, the man who grabbed my arm had fallen to the ground, clutching at himself. He let out an agonized wail as blood seeped through the sleeve of his shirt. Uh-oh. Before I could process the sight, the ferocious wind began to blow through the plaza. In seconds, the whole area was enveloped in what looked like a tornado. Shit, I can't find this FC chest. Look at the second floor, Kana. Look at the second floor. Look at the vending machine. Interact with the vending machine if you see it. The wind battered at the people around me, knocking them to the ground one by one. Power was out of control. It ran rampant, sweeping across the area indiscriminately. Get them. Yep, that was why we put it there. So yep. I was confused, but the sensation itself seemed familiar. It I felt it time after time in the military base during the many magical experiments I've been forced to participate in. The experiments in which I'd been compelled to amplify my magical power far beyond the point of reason. Power that was searching around me now brought me right back to how those experiments had felt. No, this isn't what I wanted to happen. That is loud. I hadn't wanted to hear innocent people screaming around me. The creaking of buildings falling to pieces, or the roar of the ground itself being swept up into the storm. I hadn't wanted any of this. Clasped my hands to my ears, but the necklace still shined brighter and brighter. Can't stop it. Oh boy. MC, no. But then even as I tried to block out all the sound around me, I heard a voice. Realized who it was in a flash. Just like that, time seemed to come to a stop. My vision had been engulfed in blinding light, but as his also familiar voice reverberated around me, the heat that had engulfed me suddenly began to disperse. I tried to call out his name. My words, however, didn't make it out through the blinding veil of light. They were blotted out entirely by the screams and sounds of destruction. Oh, okay. I knew that Arnold was right in front of me and that town was falling to pieces amidst screams of terror, but I couldn't stop my magic's rampage. If I so much as twitched my fingertip, that motion would be reflected 10 times over by the raging winds. They gouged away at the ground, and a small stone was caught up in the storms, sliced my cheek. I struggled frantically, trying with all my might to stop the unfolding disaster. Suddenly, I felt something touch my fingertips.
落ち着け。大丈夫だから。
Next thing I knew, he had wrapped his arms around me. Arnold embraced me, protecting me from the magical wind that slammed into his back. The shock waves of my magic were relentless. But Arnold didn't let go, no matter how hard they battered him. Not only did he cling lightly to me, but he also whispered into my ear. His voice soft, kind, and absent any trace of pain he must have been feeling.
大丈夫だ。お前は悪い魔女じゃないんだろ。お前は自分で止められる。落ち着いて。いつもの自分を思い出せ。
Said those words to him once, a long time ago, and now he fondly repeated them back to me. He told me over and over to hide that I'm a witch and avoid using my magic in public. At the end of the day, though, Arnold understood me better than anyone. He knew better than anyone that I didn't want to become what the world at large feared I was.
大丈夫。
Was why he could take my hand without hesitation, even in a situation like this. And he still did everything he could to calm me down, even as a hint of pain began to creep into his voice. Dave. This one is pretty obvious. I wanted nothing more.
そうだよ。お前は誰も傷つけたくなんかないもんな。
His gentle words made my heart ache so profoundly I could hardly bear it. How could I ever have lost faith in him? How could I think I could trust a man who trusts in me so deeply? Even after I pushed him away, even after I hurt him, he still rushed to my side. Raging wind subsided. The sensation of my powers surging within me disappeared in a flash as well. Same was true for the necklace. It had gone from shining like a real star to its ordinary appearance before I knew it. I only had a moment to feel relieved before Arnold gave me a quick inspection. Made sure I was alright and murdered a quick but quiet set of instructions.
逃げるぞ。
Oh, yep, we should.
ここにいたら捕まる。早く。
Right. Well, where are you guys gonna hide, though? I managed to control the plaza into chaos, which we took advantage of as we made our getaway. When we made it to the woods, a relative concealment, Arnold spoke up once more while still carefully surveying our surroundings.
やっぱりお前の馬車の周りには見張りが立ってるな。悪いが馬車は諦めてくれ。
Arnold had just snuck over to check on my carriage. He motioned for me to move away from it.
町の西側に部隊の大半がいるんだ。東側には泉があって、町の人間が通る可能性があるから避けた。だから東へ行こう。町の人間と会うことがあっても、軍人とは出くわさないはずだ。
Okay. Two of us made our way through the woods, still hand in hand. We ran across the spring eventually and saw signs that people really did travel to and from it. We did not, however, run into anyone else. Nobody was heading there at this time of day. Okay.
ここなら大丈夫かな。しばらく休んで。
Alright, in that case... At my request, Arnold removed his shirt so I could check his back for injuries. As I had expected, he was covered in bruises and cuts from the objects that had battered him. Some of them must have been sharp. Never dreamed I'd hurt someone with my magic like this. Seeing his wounds made me stiffen up in shock, which didn't escape Arnold's eyes. He quickly pulled his shirt back on.
全然痛くないから気にするなよ。血もほとんど出てないし、普通に歩けるから。
Sorry.
気にするなって言ってんの。
Arnold lifted a hand for just a moment, then paused and lowered it again. I could tell he'd almost tried to pat my head like he used to, but then thought better of it. He could have just done it, I wouldn't have minded. Felt a tightness in my chest. Meanwhile, Arnold glanced around the area and spoke up again, as if to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere.
今頃、軍の連中は俺がいなくなって慌ててるだろうな。それも捕まえようとした人間と一緒にいるなんて。
Aren't you going to get in trouble for running off like this?
さあ、どうでもいいよ。
Oh, can you not care?
どうでもいいんだよ。お前以外は。
He said it so offhandedly, I didn't even know what to make of the claim. Before I could decide what to say, Arnold took the chance to question me.
それで、なんでここにいるんだ？ 屋敷
Took a deep breath and said the words I said on a long time ago. Came here to see you, Arnold. Wanted to talk to you again.
俺に
I've heard all about the witch hunts. That's why you're here and working with the military, isn't it? Find a witch. Arnold didn't say a word. He took that as an agreement and spoke on. Have you already found one?
いや
Oh, good. In that case, let's call this whole business off and go home together. Arnold looked shocked, but a moment later, he slowly shook his head.
魔女を見つけないとお前を自由にできない身代わりを用意しないとお前はずっとあの屋敷に囚われたままだ
And if you bring them as a substitute, they'll set me free?
ああそういう約束になってるから
And you think that's gonna be, granted? Really think so? Thought it would be something along those lines. In any case, I don't care why you're doing this. You have to stop. I know you. And I know you'd never forgive yourself if you went through with it. Dusk was beginning to fall. The only sounds to be heard were the rustling of the leaves and the burbling of the nearby spring. As the silence dragged on, they knelt down by Arnold's side. When you write a story, you always go out of your way to interview as many subjects as you can. You rewrite your manuscripts over and over, correcting each and every mistake you make. You've always spared no effort to make sure that you're reporting the truth. You should have known better than anyone that you wouldn't compromise your morals without good reason. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize it. Spent the whole carriage ride to Barouge thinking about him. How must it have felt for Arnold to work for the military? How must it have felt for him to join the witch hunt? What would the Arnold I knew have thought about all this? How would he have acted? Just imagining the answers to those questions had made my heart ache. Maybe I was right about him. Maybe I wasn't. All I have are my own assumptions. And I had my doubts all the way throughout the trip. But now, those doubts are gone. I'm certain now that the man before me is the Arnold I know. Arnold, however, let out a heavy sigh.
なんで謝るんだお前が謝るのはおかしいだろ前も言ったけど父さんが言っていたことは全部事実だからな俺のせいで7年前の事件は起きたしそのことをお前にずっと黙っていたお前をずっと監視していたことだって何も言わずにいたしそれがバレてからも俺は
Arnold paused, seemingly at a loss for words, then scowled with self-loathing.
間違ってるおかしいと思いながらお前を傷つけてきたんだこんな俺のことなんて放っておけばいいのに
Arnold was faintly smiling, almost like he was laughing at himself. But the look in his eyes as he gazed off into the distance was anything but jovial. That was how you felt when Monsieur Daniel came to their fate too, wasn't it? Arnold looked away from me, but I pressed my hands to his cheeks and turned his head right back in my direction. I wasn't about to have his conversation when he wasn't looking me in the eye. Don't really believe in any of that, do you? You look like you were about to break down in tears when you fed me those macarons. We're suffering, and you wanted me to understand that, didn't you? You wanted that this whole time, haven't you? Once again, Arnold's gaze began to waver. I just knew that if only he'd looked me straight in the eye, I'd finally be able to understand how he truly felt. There's no way I'd be better off without you. To me, you're irreplaceable. You're important to me, Arnold, and I don't want to lose you no matter what.
なんで
Arnold was shocked, bewildered, and at a loss for words. I could understand why. The last time he'd seen me, I'd made it very clear that I had no interest in speaking with him. I believe I had the wrong idea about you. Back home, before this all started, went to your room to tell you how I felt about you. I blinked in confusion, but didn't interrupt. You weren't in. I happened to end up reading one of your letters. Sorry for intruding like that.
手紙もしかして
A letter to Monsieur Daniel, yes. That's when I realized that you've been monitoring me and sending reports to him about my magic. When it hit me that you might have been spying on me for as long as I'd known you, I lost faith in you. That's why I started avoiding you.
ああだからかでもそれは事実だし
No, I don't think I was. It's true that you were monitoring me, and it's true that you were sending Monsieur Daniel reports about me. But you told him that I couldn't use my magic, that there was no point in keeping me under watch, didn't you? Even after you found out that I really had awakened my powers. Right after I read your letter, Monsieur Daniel arrived in Blackburn. Somehow he knew about my magic as well. You told him. I thought that your report had brought him there to capture me.
それは
That's not true, is it? You kept quiet about my magic till the very end. You wanted it to stay secret forever. That's why you kept telling me not to use my magic and to release every staff as quickly as I possibly could. Most of what I was saying was founded on assumptions and leaps of logic. And yet I didn't doubt for a second that I was right. The way Arnold was simply listening in silence proved that in my eyes. I wasn't certain until I arrived here. I was just hoping to talk to you and find out for myself. But then my magic ran wild in the plaza. Saw you rush over there to try and stop me without hesitation. You believed in me. That settled the matter as far as I'm concerned. You've always tried to protect me. For as long as I've known you, and without you anyway, I'm sorry. If I'd only believed in you, then maybe we could have found a solution for all this much sooner. Thinking back, it struck me that he'd always been the one to offer his hand to me. I'd always take it and let him lead the way toward whatever I needed to go. This time it's my turn. Maybe that was just because my hands were so warm. I recall him saying as much before. Found myself smiling as I remembered that old exchange. Arnold, on the other hand, frowned.
だってあの時
What?
あの時逃げてしまったことがずっと忘れられなくて俺のせいでみんなめちゃくちゃになったのに俺は一人で逃げてお前を置いていってしまったから魔法が暴走して苦しんでいるお前を見た時今度は絶対に逃げたくないって
He spoke slowly, squeezing out one word after the next. He almost sounded like a child, trying to make up an excuse for his behavior. I don't understand why, though. All I could do was ask. What are you talking about?
7年前のこと話すよ全部
Oh. So as if he were confessing his past sins, Arnold began to tell the story of what happened so long ago. It all began on the fateful day I'd paid a visit to Florence Amusement Park. I'd happened to find an article about the park in a newspaper, so I decided to check it out with my friends. I'd grown bored before I knew it, though, so I ended up simply sitting on a bench in the park, gazing vacantly at the rides. I was 12 at the time. You know how it is. that's when the girl strolled up to talk with me. Said I looked bored and wasn't and asked what I was doing. Then she offered to show me around the park. That was the moment I first met Emma. But at that time, I turned her down. I don't think I was very nice about it either. She persisted for a time, but eventually wandered off. It was only after she left that I started to feel guilty. All she wanted was to help me have fun, and she tried her hardest to make it happen. I regretted being such a jerk, so I decided to go back to the park again. When I did, you came back. Oh, alright. This time I'm gonna say that the park's fun for sure. Shan held a grudge over how I treated her at all. No, she welcomed me with a smile and stole my heart in the process. Okay. As far as she was concerned, she was just showing a guest around the park. In my mind, however, it was a truly special moment. Although I kept going to the park, those were the only moments when Emma and I really spoke to each other. She was always with Hugo, and I could tell that there was no space for me to butt into their relationship. Finally, when my one-sided feelings became too much for me to cope with, I decided to whine about my situation at home. Oh boy, what did he...
そもそも年上とかずるいんだよな。なんか余裕たっぷりだし、遊具技師だから機関いじりもうまいしさ。どうやったら女の子に振り向いてもらえるんだろう。父さんは母さんとどうやって結婚したんだ？
Oh, okay.
話すほどのことは何もない。また会いに行けばいいだろう。
そうなんだけどさ、会っても覚えてもらってるかも微妙で、俺はお菓子と遊具の話しかしてないし。
遊具？
遊園地のとこの子でエマって名前なんだ。そこの遊具がとにかく立派でオートマタとかもあって。
ほう。
ああ、あったのがあの遊園地じゃなくてあの遊具技師もいなければもっと仲良くなれたのかな。
Man. I wondered time and time again, what would have happened if I'd never said those words? My father had barely even seemed like he was listening to me at the time, but it wouldn't be long before I learned how wrong I'd been. Oh, hey Spencer, thanks for the stretch and the hydrate. Hey. Hey Spencer. Oh, hey Nero. They were starting to tear down the rides, while inside, more soldiers seemed to be arguing with the park staff. Oh. Hope you're having a great session. I mean, I'm on chapter 7 somewhere. I have no idea how long this is. I'm in the middle of chapter 7. There's one more chapter after. And I want to finish this before 9:30.
俺たちから奪う権利はないはずだろう。
説明したはずだ。我々に必要だと。奴らに構わず続けろ。
承知しました。
やめろ、やめてくれ。
Oh, so we have an ad break in like 3 minutes, so yeah, about 9:30. I want to finish it at 9:30, so next weekend we can play a different otome game.
貴様はこれで終わりだ。
All I could do was stand and watch from afar. My father pulled the trigger. Hugo collapsed and Emma rushed out to protect him. Then the area was engulfed in light. The had no idea what was going on. Until that is, my father and his men started shouting about magic. Sir Emma, the source of that magic.
僕の声が聞こえるか？返事をしてくれ。
And what's happening in the FC? That John needs me to plan a mender and I see Kana can find the FC chest. Don't worry, Kana already found the FC chest. Though I think John haven't put the call them the permits like for junkmonger, mender, stuff like that. I think he haven't placed them. But yeah, since I'm still on stream, I can't really do it at the moment. Yeah. Like you can probably put the junkmonger, the feline junkmonger, the material supplier and the mender somewhere for now. Then I'll just put them somewhere later. Yeah, go get them. I'll just position them later when I'm off stream.
お願いだ。なんとか言ってくれ。どうか目を覚まして。エマ。
Lauren called out her name again and again, but she just lay there limply, her eyes shut. Then watched my father take aim once more. And I, terrified, took off running.
それからしばらく父さんは家に帰らず、母さんに聞けば軍の任務で忙しいのだと言われた。俺はそれから毎日あの事件のことを思い返しては震えていて、エマがどうなってしまったのか、ただ心配することしかできなかった。そして久々に父さんが屋敷に戻ったので、俺は恐る恐る。
父さん。
いいところに来た、アルノ。以前お前は遊園地であったエマという少女の話をしていただろう。彼女をうちで引き取ることになった。事故で唯一の家族である父親を失ってしまってね。
Oh, he had.
事故。
けれどその時に彼女が魔女であることも発覚した。魔女は危険な存在だ。今は魔法の力を失ってしまったようだが、今後取り戻すこともあるだろう。だからこそ我が家で責任を持って見張ることにした。
This man, trying to justify what he's doing is just this man.
あるな。お前は彼女と年も近い。兄代わりになって支えつつ、あの子の様子を見張るんだ。また魔法の力に目覚めたら危険だからな。彼女と仲良くしつつ、魔法の力を取り戻した素振りがあったら必ず私に報告するんだ。いいな。わかったか？
わかりました。
Oh, we have an ad break, so
俺があの事件の一部始終を見ていたことを知らなかったんだ。
Okay.
だからそんなことを言った。
So we have an ad break. I'm gonna use that to turn on the lights around the house for a bit. I'll be right back. It is getting late. It's 5:30 p.m. so I have to open the lights. It's getting dark. Go BRB real quick while ad break is going. Oh, okay, I'm back. Okay. I say I'm back. I also need to like message something real quick. Welcome back. Whew. I also fed the pets already so that I don't have to deal with that later. Yeah. Pets are great. I mean, yeah, they are. Unless unless you have that Shih Tzu that will bite you. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh. I am gonna have to I'm gonna have to BRB again because I have to go open the gate for my brother. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I have to go open the gate right now. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hey. Yeah. I had to run back down again. Okay. So, while we're going through this story, I guess I'm gonna order food as well for dinner. Thanks for the hydrate.
父さんの指示にはきっと裏があると思った。魔法は危険だ。お前を見張らなきゃいけないって繰り返すのは理由があると感じた。
She's just running a marathon midstream, bro. Kinda difficult to also read dialogues when I'm tired.
それならお前を守れるのは俺しかいないって思ったんだ。家族を失って一人ぼっちになったお前を父さんから守らなきゃいけない。それができるのは俺だけだって。そのためにはエマと仲良くならないとって思ったし、嘘をつくのも仕方ないと思った。お前が記憶を失ってしまったことも利用して、ずっと前から仲が良かっただなんて言って幼馴染を名乗ったし、俺が知っている真実も全部隠したままお前を守り続けていこうって思った。でもそんなの建前だ。あの時俺は自分の罪悪感を消すのに必死だった。お前が好きだったから。お前と離れたくなかったし、自分を甘やかして必死に理由をつけたんだ。嘘をついてごまかして、そうしているうちに7年が経って、お前の一番親しい異性で幼馴染っていう立場を手に入れて優越感に浸っていたヒューゴさんと突然再会することになった。
I guess. Reflexively, as Arnold said his name and looked away. I had a feeling I knew where this was going.
驚いた。記憶をなくしたお前は知り合ったばかりの園長だと話したけれど、あの時の遊具技師だとすぐに分かった。そして驚きどころか恐怖さえ感じた。7年前のあの事件の時の恐怖が戻ってきたみたいだった。だから父さんに話してしまったんだ。そしてその時倒れたはずのヒューゴさんがレイブという遊園地の園長として現れたと報告したんだ。てっきり死んだと思っていたけれど、彼は生きていたようだ。彼は事件のことを知っていると思うけれど、彼にエマを会わせていいのか、そう父さんに相談すると、詳しいことはわからないが会わせていいと言われたんだ。そしてエマが魔法に目覚める兆候があればすぐに知らせるようにと強く命令された。
That explains it. That's why he seemed so shaken the first time he met the director. Didn't even know what to feel as I thought back on all our time together. After all that whole time, I'd never noticed anything that Arnold was going through.
それでもなんとか隠し通せると思ったんだ。実際お前は俺にバレないようにレイブで魔法の覚醒を進めていたし、どうしてもみんなの力になりたいというお前を止めるのはおかしいと思った。これきりで、これを最後に魔法を封印するっていうのなら、俺が秘密を守り最後まで見守ってやればいいと思っていたんだ。
After listening to this whole story, there was one thing I knew for sure. Arnold had lied to me, yes, and he kept things secret that I would have wanted to know, and yet, this whole time it's his guilt that's been driving him. That's what's kept him from opening up to me about what happened. Arnold looked me straight in the eye, capturing my attention in full.
お前は俺を許さなくていい。ヒューゴさんのことだって。結局お前を遠ざけようとしていたのは、また二人が仲良くなるのが嫌だったからだ。また7年前みたいに、お前とヒューゴさんが仲良くなって、俺の片思いで終わるのが嫌だった。ヒューゴさんに取られる前にって、慌てて距離を詰めて告白したりもした。自分勝手だろ。最低だ。7年前だって、俺の勝手な思いのせいで、あの事件が起こったっていうのに。
The longer Arnold carried on, the more he drove himself into a corner of flagellation. My brain started to buffer on that word.
エマ。ずっと謝ることもできずにいてごめん。俺はお前から大切なものを全部奪ったんだ。家族も魔法も。それでも自分の気持ちを捨てられずにお前のそばにいるための理由を作った。卑怯で最低な人間だ。お前は優しいから俺を憎めと言っても憎んだりはしないかもしれないけど、俺は憎いよ。絶対に許せない。お前のことが本当に大切なら、お前のことが本当に好きなら、もっと前に手を離していればよかったんだ。自分の罪をちゃんと認識しているのなら。告白なんてする資格はないってとっくに分かっていたはずなんだ。
The tears fell from the corner of Arnold's eye. It was soon followed by another, and another still, streaming down his cheeks without end. Each and every one of those tears was backed with all the regrets, all the remorse that had built up within him over these long years. Arnold's always been such a happy, friendly, upbeat person. I've never seen him cry before. I always thought that I should learn from his positivity. But now he was standing before me, so stricken by regret that he couldn't even wipe the tears from his face. He laid out the truth of everything he'd done, owned up to all his mistakes. You've been hiding how you felt this whole time, haven't you? Must have been painful enough to bring you to tears, but you hid them away, just like you did the things you were lying about. If only you said something sooner, I might have been able to help you through your pain.
俺は楽になんてならなくていい。許してくれなんて言えないし、父さんにバラされなければ黙っていたんだ。何もなければ今もお前の隣にいて、平然と好きだって言ってたんだよ。おかしいだろ。許されるわけがない。だからいいんだ。もう。
Arnold was shivering. Almost felt like he was scared that I might choose to forgive him. He's owned up to his mistakes, but he doesn't want to be forgiven for them. So he thinks they're too grave to deserve that? As I mulled over Arnold's words, I found myself speaking before I knew it. Let me ask you something, Arnold. Say you lost your memory and family, and you ended up all alone. And then say you learned who was responsible for all of it. Would you be able to forgive them?
許せるわけないだろ。永遠に恨む。
Yeah. Even if they admitted it was all their fault, even if they apologized.
謝罪は関係ない。 起こったことが全てだ。
Even if it wasn't really their fault at all? Arnold opened his mouth, but all he managed to spit out was a slight wavering gasp. I didn't know what it was he was hesitating to say, but a moment later he gathered himself once more and spoke clearly.
許せない。俺が自分を甘やかし、自分勝手な思いでお前の隣を独占した7年、その7年が幸せでごめんな、エマ。
Even as he stubbornly put his foot down, his tears still flowed. There was only one thing I could say. Oh, no time to save that, because I think that's a very important choice for this one. Same here. Yes. Clearly, choice number 2 is gonna give me a bad ending. So, it's choice number 1. I'm gonna, yeah. Well, if you really feel that guilty, then make up for it by protecting me, Arnold.
Huh?
That's what you've been doing up until now, isn't it? You've been protecting me to atone for the mistakes that led to everything that happened.
それはそうだけど。
Then, what I want is for you to keep doing it. The witch hunt was the same thing, right? You joined because you thought you could save me. You just have to find a different method. Find a way to help me that doesn't require you to make any terrible mistakes. Unless you don't think I'm worth the effort anymore.
違う、嫌いになるわけないだろ。お前のことが好きだから。お前のことを助けられるなら何だってするし、他のことなんてどうでもいい。
Yeah, let me just order this this dinner. Is the address correct? Okay. Then I think you know what you have to do, right? At long last, Arnold's expression began to
お
shift.
前な。
His eyes were still full of tears, but Arnold let out a bitter laugh. And he kept laughing too. Tears spilled down his cheeks with every shake of his shoulders. Chuckled too as I reached up to wipe them away. Aw. Okay. You know, I'm not even sure if I could find a way to distance myself from you, even if I wanted to. We've been together for 7 whole years, after all. You know, I can more or less tell what you're thinking most of the time. Just talking to you like this, I can tell how much pain and regret you've had to go through over the years. Right. Lying to someone you love is painful. Telling the truth is a 1,000 times easier. And the more important the lie, the harder it becomes to see it through. I knew that firsthand. And you know, I've lied to you before too, Arnold.
Eh?
About awakening my magic, remember? Kept quiet about it because I knew that you'd be against it if you found out.
それはその時も言ったけど、魔法は隠しておけって俺が言ったから話せなかっただけだろ。
Still, it was painful. We had to really focus on making up excuses and putting up a charade? Forgot how to pronounce that name, but yeah. I thought I thought back on that experience as I bared my feelings for Arnold to see. Really had been painful, and the more Arnold worried about me, the more he believed in me. The worse it had felt to lie to him. Every time I'd made up an excuse, it felt like my pile of sins had grown that much taller. I never realized before then just how hard it was to lie to someone. But when the truth came to light, you didn't get mad. You forgive me. Can't tell you how much better I felt. My feelings from back then were all coming back to me, and they were stronger than ever. At their bidding, I took Arnold's hand. Thinking back, that was the moment that my feelings for Arnold started to change. He went from being my childhood friend to someone even more important than that. I always enjoy spending time with him, but that's not all there is to it. I've come to want to spend more and more time with him, have more and more experiences together. That's why. So I can't bring myself to leave him. I don't want to leave him. Looked Arnold in the eye and put all my feelings into words. You're not beyond forgiveness, Arnold. Yes, what happened 7 years was terrible. And maybe it's something you'll feel the need to make up for, but can't let that guilt drive you to give up on everything. And when all's said and done, I still want to be with you.
Emma.
We gaze into each other's eyes, doing our best to read the depths of emotion that dwelled within. Wanted to know what hid beneath the layers of guilt and pretense that Arnold had traced upon his true feelings. More importantly, there's a man out there who ran from his mistakes and forced you to shoulder all the responsibility, isn't there? Now that's something that I'll never be able to forgive. I'd rather not say it like this, but I'm afraid we can't afford to let Monster Daniel do as he pleases any longer. Hey, Flo. Yeah, they do, kinda. Kinda, they do. They might just be the series. It probably is just the art style as well. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, hi, Flo. Silently squeeze my hand in return. Hervé's staff helped me make it here, as well as a man from the military. His name is Joe. Well, he used to lead the unit that you took over.
ジル。
お。
ああ、知ってる。あいつは魔女狩りが嫌で、降格してでもこの部隊を抜けていったけど。
Most otomes in a specific time to look samey. Usually, yeah. It's most of the time it's because probably they have the same artist, but yeah, that's fine. Hey, yeah, hey, Flo. Well, judging by the things I heard from him and the tests that they subjected me to, I think I know that what Monsieur Daniel wants. He's trying to use magic for his own benefit. Everything about locking me and the other witches up was just an excuse. Even this necklace. I just toward the star necklace around my neck. My magic, back when it gone wild back in town, helped me understand why he kept it. He held on to it for 7 years, all in the hopes of enhancing a witch's magic and using that incredible power for his own ends. Sure, that's why he went out of the way to expose the truth of the incident to us as well. And it's why he had to watch over me all the time instead of asking a soldier to do it. I think he always intended to take advantage of your feelings.
それはそうだと思ってたよ。
Finally finished with my room.
父さんは昔からそう
Nice!
だ。でも
Nice, now
分かっていて従
yeah,
っていた。
we're here for the stories, okay? Yeah, it's I'm almost done with the chapter. We're on chapter 7, probably at the end of it. So there's one chapter left. Hopefully I can finish it before 9:30.
逆らえないんだ。勇気が出ないんだよ。父さんを前にすると。
No longer a mess. Thank you for the hydrate. Arnold hung his head for just a moment, then looked me in the eye once more.
でも、それじゃダメだってことだよな。
Also, my food is on the way, so yeah. I nodded, then returned his gaze. I was overjoyed to see him finally facing forward once more. I want to believe in you again, Arnold. I don't think that the 7 years we spent together were all a lie anymore. You've always watched over me and protected me. I was never lonely because I had you. When all said and done, this isn't a question of forgiveness or mistakes. Never 49 anymore IRL is seasoned. I felt that. In the end, my feelings are as simple as I could be. My spirits always plummet when you're not around. I want to talk, eat sweets, and smile with you as much as possible. I want to ensure you don't make any more mistakes and that you don't do something you'll end up regretting. So, please, let me be with you. Told him everything as directly as I could. Arnold's eyes grew damp with tears once more.
そんなの俺が断れるわけないだろ。お前のことがこんなに好きなのに。
He really did look like he was about to break down in tears again. Couldn't stop myself from giggling. You know, Arnold, you always thought that you never cried.
俺だってそうだと思ってたよ。でも、お前のことを考えるとダメなんだ。感情がぐらついて、全然コントロールできないし、お前が俺のそばにいて、俺のことを信じてくれるって思うだけで、取り繕うことなんてどうでもよくなってくる。
Damn. Flo knows. I leaned in, pressing Arnold's hand to my forehead. By that point, it was just as warm as mine. We shared our warmth just as we shared our feelings.
俺を信じてくれてありがとう、エマ。
Yay! By the time our conversation is finished, night had set in earnest. The sky above was filled with stars. The light of the moon was brighter than expected. Making our way through the woods, it seemed would be perfectly possible. No sooner had I had that thought, however, than I heard the rustling of trees somewhere far off in the woods. Oh boy. Oh. It was able to change clothes? Okay then. Didn't know he had change of clothes packed somewhere. Arnold pressed a finger to his lips, signaling me to keep quiet. I froze, standing as still and silently as I could. I soon picked out the sound of horseshoes and footfalls moving in our direction. Magical outfit change. I slowly moved over to a large rock that lay nearby, doing my best to remain quiet as I hid behind it. Gotta look fancy for rescue. Wasn't long before I managed to make out a group of individuals. One on horseback, making their way into the woods. They came to a stop and clearing near the spring.
なるほど。
ここが言っていた泉か。水を汲んで休憩をしたら行くぞ。
Oh.
はい。
Oops. Judging by their looks, they must be soldiers. The man riding the horse must be an officer of some sort. He's definitely well dressed, at least. I saw wall lights from the furnishing website. Whoop. Whoop. Oh. As I observed the group, a voice rang out.
誰だ?
Oh. The man on the horse was looking in our direction. I felt myself break out in sweat, and I started holding my breath, even though it was clearly too late for that.
そこに誰かいるだろう。
What should we do? Arnold looked a little blue in the face. He must have been holding his breath as well. But after a moment's hesitation, he slowly stood up.
すみません。急に人が来たので驚いて。
I stood up as well, ready to give the best excuse I could come up with on the spot. We came out to the spring because we wanted to talk somewhere where nobody could eavesdrop on us. The soldier gave us an appraising look, then nodded.
なるほど。では、パルージュのものかな?
Yes, we are.
それでは、町まで案内してもらえないか。初めて訪れたもので迷ってしまってね。おかげでこの時間だ。
I knew in an instant that I'd made a terrible mistake. If we guided them into town, there was a real chance we could be caught by the soldiers who were stationed there. I can't think of a natural excuse to turn him down either. Broke out in a cold sweat as I cracked my brain for an excuse. Before I finished thinking, however, Arnold wrapped an arm around my soldier.
そうしたいんですけど、もう少し話したくて。
We're dead. Oh. I knew he was trying to get us out of this mess, but his choice of excuse made me sweat more than ever. Is that man going to take that well? He's obviously a higher up in the military, isn't he? Even if our identities weren't exposed, I was worried he'd be punished for disobeying the orders of an official. Also, my food is nearby, so I am gonna go get it. I'll go run to get my food real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back with food. Yeah, I got my food here. Also, the delivery guy who... How did you get? KFC. Got a chicken burger and some mashed potatoes. Oh, yeah, the delivery guy who bought was actually a delivery guy from where I lived before. Like, they recognized me. Getting even more hungry. Go get food. Okay. Even if our identities were exposed, I was worried he'd be punished for this boy. Okay, wait, let me... Where's my mouse? Oh, wait, there we go. Why did you mash my people? What the hell?
わかった。では、道だけ教えてくれ。
Nope, they're actually gonna let us off the hook. Also, that means I can't really read dialogue as much then, while I'm eating. Yeah, go get food, Izuku. Man, however, surprised me by backing down without protest. Simply listen to Arnold's directions. Huh. Okay. Good. No problem there. I think my lucky stars that we'd run into a more tolerant sort of soldier as we saw them and all. Okay. Then after they vanished into the darkness, Arnold looked incredibly tense as he muttered under his breath. Who was he?
あの人は陸軍の元帥だ。何の用？見逃してはくれたけど、何か勘づいた可能性もある。夜のうちに急いで移動しよう。それでこれからどこへ向かうかだけど、パリへ父さんに会いに行こうと思う。
Okay. You... Huh? As dumbfounded, Arnold meanwhile turned to face me and explained himself.
父さんに直接会って話そう。このまま逃げ回っていてもいつかは軍に捕まる。
I mean, that is true, yeah.
もう一度捕まれば俺たちは引き離されてもっと厳しい監視のもとに置かれると思う。
Yeah, okay, yeah, that is true, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, we also have an ad break coming up in 5 minutes.
エマも今後外に出られる保証はない。でもそれしか方法はない。だから作戦を考えたんだ。
Oh, he has a plan. Okay. We won't even know what's the plan. Listen quietly. It was an audacious plan to say the least. Oh boy.
大丈夫だよ。なんとかなる。うまく手を回せれば逃げ場なんてないはずだ。
Okay. Oh, Mr. Bright, thank you for the alert. Hi.
父さんもまさか自分が持ちかけた提案が自分の首を絞めることになるなんて思いもよらないだろうな。
An idea he suggested would be that what brings him down in the end. Okay.
そうは言っても油断はできないから、最大限の準備をして挑も
う。Okay, I don't know what his plan is, but I guess we go with it. YOLO then. Chapter 8. There we go. Last chapter.
懐かしいな。
The classic pocket we ball plan. Well, only the characters in the game know what their plan is, so I don't know. For us players, it's a pocket we ball plan, but for the characters in the game, it's not.
あの時はこんな風になるなんて思ってもみなかったな。父さんにもこんな形で歯向かうなんて。やっぱり怖いよな。やっぱり二人で逃げるか。外国へ逃げればなんとかなるかもしれない。
And just be fugitives? Bro, that's even more difficult, bro.
これでも記者の時の情報の蓄積があるからな。どこへ逃げればいいかくらい目星はつく。全部失敗して全部失ってお前と引き離されるくらいなら。
Yeah, that's even more difficult, but you
逃
don't.
げるっていう方法だってある。
Yeah, we're not running. I'm not even saving. That's a no hesitate choice. We're not running.
なんだ。お見通しか。
It wasn't hard. We've already made all our preparation after all. Escaping at this point would be a waste. Yeah.
それでもこの先待ち受けている未来を考えると怖くなるよ。
Maybe so. Despite that.
そりゃな。いつでも買ってやるよ。
Oh, there's the ad break. So okay, 3 minutes of me trying to finish my dinner real quick. Yeah, let's let the ad break run for a bit. I'll keep watching but also eat dinner. That's fine. I'm also eating my dinner. Okay. That burger's done. I'm not yet done eating, so I can't read dialogues that much yet. Ah yes, the two of us strolled casually up the estate until the guard on duty, a soldier, took notice of us. Casually.
おいちょっと待て。
ん？なんだよ。
なんだはこちらのセリフだ。というか、お前は。
早かったですね。
よ。久しぶり。
どうも。お元気そうで何よりです。あなたもお元気そうでよかった。
You'd think we were ordinary acquaintances, much to the guard's consternation. A moment later, however, Jill raised a hand to send a signal.
では。
Oh. He grabbed my arms, holding me firmly in place. There wasn't the slightest chance I could slip away. Up.
ワンさん大将のもとにご案内します。
Well, it's Jill, so we'll be fine, maybe. Jill is on our side, so he's fine. The acting of this man, though, really.
逃げ出したかと思ったら、わざわざ捕まりに戻ってくるとはな。
I was surprised, however, that seeing it play out exactly as I'd pictured made me more sad than angry. What does that mean, MC? Ah, I see. Up until just a little while ago, I thought of this man as a member of my family. Yeah.
捕まるために戻ってきたんじゃありません。父さんと話すために戻ってきました。
ほう。
However, I hadn't expected him to take the same harsh attitude with Arnold. Up until just recently, his son had done nothing but follow his orders to the letter. Thankfully, in spite of Monsieur Daniel's rigid stare and biting tone, he seemed to sit and listen for the time being.
エマを解放してほしい。魔女狩りに参加して分かりましたが、軍のしていることはどう考えても犯罪です。魔法が使えるというだけで捕らえられるなんておかしい。それにここまでして魔女を探すのは
Okay, why is he so desperate?
魔女を軍で利用するためですよね。魔法の力を強化して利用したいだけなんでしょ。
だからどうした？利用できるものは利用しなくては。
Okay. Doubling down even more. His nonchalance contradicted the fact that just the other day he'd claimed that I had to be locked away because I was dangerous.
もう取り繕いもしないってことですか。
お前も理解した方がいいと思っただけだ。我が国の国内外の情勢は思わしくない。軍には絶対的な力が必要だ。
Monsieur Daniel stood up from his chair. It almost felt like he was about to deliver a speech. The guards who had brought us here, including Jill, were still in the room. Monsieur Daniel, however, didn't seem to pay their presence any mind. In fact, it almost seemed like he wanted them to hear what he was about to say.
今この時代、魔法は廃れ、魔女の姿はそうそう見当たらない。もう魔法の時代は終わった。だからこそ重要なのだ。他国が持ち得ない力こそ有事の際に敵を出し抜く力になる。エマ、お前の魔法は他の者には代え難い力になる。それは我が国のために使うべきだ。多少の不自由がなんだ。国のためならば喜んで従うべきではないのか。
Bro. Arnold responded to his father's argument with a scowl.
やっぱり7年前の事件も俺のためじゃなかったんだな。父さんは俺のことを考えてなんかいない。ただ魔法の力を手に入れ自分の思う通りに。
半分は当たっているが。
半分？
確かにお前の恋心など知ったことではない。7年前もエマが遊園地のオーナーの娘でなければ私が動くこともなかっただろう。しかし魔法のためではないし、私の私欲で進めたことでもない。魔法はあの時偶発的に知った情報だ。スタッフたちの身の危険に際し、彼女は彼らを守ろうと魔法を使った。それまで彼女が魔法を使えるとは一切知らなかったのだ。 お前も同じだろ。
それは。
あの時円の解体を進めたのは無論国のためだ。以前も言ったように昨今の情勢で娯楽施設は不要だ。兵器開発のための鉄材入手という目的もあったがな。
やっぱり円を潰すことに妙にこだわっておかしいと思ってたんだ。
利益なしに軍を動かすわけがなかろう。鉄材の入手は軍備増強に際し重要な課題だ。そのために偽の権利書を作成することもあるし、多少の犠牲は払うこともある。そうだ。しかも結果として魔法を使える娘が手に入った。今となっては素晴らしい成果だ。フロランもバカな男だ。気を失ったお前をそのまま手放していれば死ぬこともなかったのに。お前に固執したせいで命を落としてしまった。
フロランさんは軍と揉み合って死んだと言っていなかったか？
No?
揉み合ったのは事実だ。だが何の意味もなく殺すはずがあるまい。魔法の力を確認した我々が彼女を確保しようとすると、フロランが必死の抵抗を始めたのだ。軍で身柄を保護すると言ったのだが、話を聞きもしない。だから面倒を省いた。
Still justifying his deeds, bro. And this man has the gall to call him obstacle? I know, right? The audacity. His logic and priorities were so terribly hollow. Words couldn't do them justice. I'd already known that he'd killed my father, but listening to his flimsy justifications about such a tragedy just twisted the knife. So it was all for the military's convenience. Your father had to die just so you could get your hands on a little magic?
魔法なんかなどと過小評価することはあるまい。彼の死は無意味なものではなかった。実際お前は魔法の力を覚醒することができたのだからな。ここに至るまで魔法の力が覚醒せず、他の魔女で代用しようと魔女狩りをしても思うように発見できずで気をもんだりもしたが。
Well, looks like talking their way out is not going to work. Yeah.
ハルージュでは非常に強い魔法を使って結果を残すことができたと聞いている。上出来だ、エマ。
Call that well? A failed speech check SMH. I, however, wasn't happy at all. The images from that moment were seared into my mind's eye, and I could still feel latent terror lingering within me. It was nothing of the sort. All my power did was hurt and destroy indiscriminately.
より力を増幅することに努めろ。もちろんコントロールすることも重要だが、威力の弱い兵器には何の意味もない。
Bro.
兵器だなんて。そんなこと言うな。
では何だというのだ。異質だというだけで批判され恐れられるためのものか。お前はそうしてつまはじきにされてきた自分を虚しいとは思わないのか。その力を生かせる場所を作ってやっているんだぞ。
Daniel was dead set on bringing me around to his opinion, but I shook my head and as empathetically as I could. You're right about one thing. I've always feared how people might treat me if they learn that I'm a witch. But I was only the slightest mistakes away from accidentally killing someone in Maroche. I have no desire to wield magic that dangerous ever again. My mother and father always told me that magic is a force for good. Something for me to use to help people. As I remembered their words, I took a deep breath and spoke my mind. There's no way you could ever understand the fear of knowing your magic could hurt someone. I'm the only one here who knows what's that like. You're free to view magic however you wish, Monsieur Daniel, but I don't want to be the sort of witch people fear. If all my magic is good for is hurting people, then I'd rather not have it all.
Emma.
力を悪いものとしているのはお前だろう。力は持つものによりその性質を変える。正義のために使えばそれは正義だ。悪のために使えば悪。武器や兵器はそれらを証明するために作られてきた。
Bro. The tone of Monsieur Daniel's voice had changed. His calm, collected speech has... I have no idea how to pronounce that. Well,
お前は自分の家族が敵に襲われた時、武器もなしに勝利することができるか。ナイフだろうが銃だろうが、とにかく武器を持って戦わなければいけない。でなければお前も家族も死ぬだけだ。
それは極論すぎる。
軍に守られたパリやブランブールの田舎町でのうのうと暮らしている貴様に何がわかる。新聞にはいくらでも書いてあるだろう。日々内紛や戦争により死んでいく人々のことが。
There was an undeniable truth to his words. Paris had been untouched by the horrors of war in recent years. Blackburg was as quiet and peaceful as a countryside town could be. I'd heard about the atrocities unfolding in other parts of the world countless times, though. And back when I was little, my father and mother had told me about the war they'd been caught up in.
今貴様らが手にしている穏やかな暮らしは我々の努力の上にあることを理解しろ。私の経験した地獄を貴様。
It seemed Daniel could tell he was getting to me. Carried on, his speech escalating to an even more intense extreme.
私の父母や兄弟たちは私が幼い頃に敵軍の襲撃を受け殺された。何の落ち度もなく武器を持たない彼らがどんなに惨めな姿で殺されたか貴様らに想像できるか。私は軍人になってからも同じような光景を何度となく見てきた。そしてその度思った。無力な者は正義を語れん。力を持たねば自分の意志を示すことも生き続けることも難しい。本気で自分の意志を押し通したいのならば力もなく誰かを傷つけることも恐れ誰かの庇護のもとに生き続ける貴様に真の自由など訪れないという。
Felt like the pressure of Monsieur Daniel's words were binding me in place. I understood the pain of losing one's family all too well. And I didn't believe that everything he was saying was inherently wrong. But if that's the case...
父さんのその思いが
Okay,
家族
Izuku,
の
thanks
死
for
か
the
ら来てい
hydrate.
るものだとしたら余計俺には分かんないよ。なんで同じ思いをエマにさせるんだ。
I unconsciously bit my lip as I turned to look at Arnold. He'd said that I'd been thinking what I'd wanted to say in my stead.
正義が力でしか示せないものだというなら、俺たちが会話する意味なんてないし、言葉を記して記事にする意味もない。小さい頃、父さんが教えてくれたんじゃないか。本を読めって。知識は力になるって。だから俺は勉強したし、記者にもなれた。俺は誰かに伝えることで正しいことを。父さんが教えてくれたことなのに、今さらそれを否定するのか。
Monsieur Daniel answered in an almost unsettling calm tone.
それでもだ。 それでも人は力に屈服するし、焼け野原に新聞は残らない。記者は銃の前に膝をつくだろう。そういうことだ。アルノ、我が国のために彼女を差し出せ。彼女は役に立つ。貴様もその目で見たんだろう。
エマは物じゃない。そんな言い方をするな。
力は絶対だ。私の言うことが正しかったといつかわかる。これまで通り私に従え。
もう無理だ。父さんの言っていることは。
Arnold and his father's perspectives were tragically misaligned. Oh, hey Nero. Nice shit. Good luck, have fun. Okay, you have a good night, Nero. Thanks for dropping by. Oh.
目の前にいる大切な人一人助けられないような力なんて俺はいらない。
Yo. Next thing I knew, Arnold had drawn a pistol and taken aim at his father. Collective gasp rang out, and everyone in the room sprang into movement all at once. Before their actions could come to fruition, however, Arnold let out a shout.
全員動くな。動けば撃つ。
Yo. Jill and his soldiers came to a standstill. Arnold's honor wasn't what had checked them, though. Sir Daniel himself calmly raised a hand, signaling them to stop.
我が息子ながら愚かだな。力を、武器を否定しながら、その手にしたものは何だ。結局はそれにすがるしかないんだろう。矛盾していることに自分で気がつかなかったか。だが、それでいい。それで正しいんだ。手に入れたいものがあるなら
今までのことを全て軍の上層部に話す。
何？
父さんは軍法会議で裁かれるんだ。これまでの罪を償ってもらう。自分の一存で魔法の調査をしていたことも、魔女狩りをし罪のない人々を幽閉していたことも全部。
バカな。必要あるか。
あるに決まってるだろ。人権を無視した行為は裁かれるべきだ。無理やりにでも連れて行くからな。
そうしたいならするがいい。だが今この場で私を殺した方が早いんじゃないか。
殺すのが答えだなんて思わないし、父さんと同じやり方はしない。暴力ではなく。
正論ぶるな。そういう貴様も魔女狩りに加担しただろう。その上その銃だ。私を今ここで撃てば貴様は殺人罪だな。
If Arnold really did shoot his father, he'd be arrested, and there was no telling how his father's men would testify about what had happened. Worse still, Sir Daniel was a general in the army. Killing a man of his standing would earn Arnold imprisonment, and at best, and at worst, just the thought of what could happen was enough to make me raise my voice in something close to a scream. Arnold didn't turn to look at me, but I could tell by the way he shifted his stance that he'd heard my
大丈夫だ。
voice.
エマ、俺を信じてくれ。
As quiet as his words had been, they still resounded within my heart. I decided. Okay, yeah, we save there, we save. I decided to believe in him. And so I held back the words I wanted to say. Arnold said that everything would be alright. All I have to do now is believe in him.
ありがとう。お前が俺を信じてくれるなら絶対に大丈夫だ。
Despite finding himself staring down the barrel of a gun, Sir Daniel cracked a smile. Oh damn, I come back to Arnold going guns blazing. Yep. He shot a glance toward the soldiers who sprang into action. Yo. For a moment I thought it was over. We'd be captured and that would be the end of it. But then the gunshot rang out. Yo. Arnold had pulled the trigger, but he hadn't shot his father. He aimed upward, shooting the ceiling temporarily deafening me. Warning shot. Donos shot Arnold a puzzled glance, but it only lasted for a moment. In an instant later, a squad of soldiers burst into the study. Mostly thing to do with a single shot pistol? I know, right? The soldiers didn't do so much as react to Monsieur Daniel's sound. They stormed into the room and restrained him in the blink of an eye. The soldiers he had commanded to apprehend Arnold, meanwhile, found themselves apprehended instead. Oh. Monsieur Daniel's jaw dropped as he saw the face of the officer who'd given that order. Arnold and Jill both stepped back and saluted. Oh, I mimicked the motion, albeit rather clumsily.
邪魔するぞ、バンさん大将。何やら重要な話で盛り上がっていたようだな。私も混ぜてもらおうか。
He heard everything?
それは失礼ながら何か考え違いをされているのではないかと。
そうかね。
ええ、ここにいる者は私の身内ですから、内輪のざれ言と思っていただければ。
なるほど。ならばそれでも構わんが、この記事は確認しておいた方が。
The marshal handed the newspaper over to Monsieur Daniel. Before his prowess, he skimmed the article in question. His mouth gradually dropping open in a soundless cry.
私は魔女狩りの首謀者だと。
I knew exactly what the article he was reading stated. He had visited the office of the newspaper Arnold worked at before we made our way to the state, and Arnold had negotiated for an extra edition to be run featuring an article he'd written. Arnold had been prepared to publicize his father's crimes from the very start. He laid the groundwork long before our meeting began. Another of Monsieur Daniel's escape routes had just been cut off. The only option he had left was to convince the superior officer to bail him out. And the only superior officer he could turn to was Marshal Mayer himself.
こんな内容を信じておられるのですか。たかが新聞の報告を鵜呑みにしては陸軍の信用に関わりますぞ。
父さん、もう悪あがきはやめろ。これ以上ごまかしたって。
Marshal let out a hand, cutting off Arnold's protest, then spoke in a solemn tone.
私が何の裏付けもなく動くと思うか。魔女狩りについては以前よりそこの士官などから訴えが上がっていた。
The marshal gestured toward Jill, who, after a moment of shock, bowed
時
deeply.
間はかかったが事実確認のため足を運びこの目で確かめてきた。完全に裏は取れているのだ。観念して軍法会議での処分を待て。7年前の殺人罪についても後日真偽を明らかにさせてもらう。
Suddenly, a number of pieces clicked into place in my mind. When he'd met Marshal Mayer in the woods of Rose, she'd already been hard at work gathering evidence of Monsieur Daniel's wrongdoing. That was why he'd accepted Arnold's story so readily. I see.
ワンさん大将、貴殿がすでに逃れようのない状況にあったにもかかわらず危険を承知で自ら赴き自供を進めようとしたご子息の気持ちを汲んでやりなさい。
Marshall turned his gaze to Arnold as he spoke. Those words dealt the final blow. Sir Daniel crumpled to his knees. His gaze was vacant. Didn't even bother to try engineering an excuse for his actions. Arnold looked down at his fallen father and took a step forward.
父さん。俺は最後まで付き合うから父さんを止められず手を貸してしまった償いを。
Arnold took hold of one of his father's arms. Jill stepped up to help, grabbing onto his other side.
申し開きがあるのならば後で聞くが、彼らに何か言うことはあるかな、バンさん。
Sir Daniel didn't say a word. He stood there in silence, looking at no one in particular. He couldn't interpret his attitude as anything other than one of despondency.
では、行こう。
At the marshal's orders, Monsieur Daniel was led away. He'd be brought to a military base. As he was escorted out of the estate, I thought I caught him gazing at Arnold for just a moment. But I may well have been imagining it.
お父上の身柄は私が預からせてもらう。君の処分については追って知らせる。魔女狩りの部隊についてはすでに解散を命じてある。また、霊部については明日には柵が取り壊されるだろう。
はい。ありがとうございます。
We watched as Daniel was escorted into the base where he'd been kept in custody. Alas, everything from what happened 7 years ago to the witch hunts will be brought to light. Before the marshal left, he turned to deliver one last parting remark.
君の処分がどうなるかはわからないが、償いをというのならば、彼女を助けてやるといい。本県で一番被害を受けたのは彼女だ。
それは、
Okay.
それは、もちろんです。
Arnold replied with a confident nod, and the marshal vanished into the base. For some time, the two of us simply stood there in silence. In the end, I spoke up first. August Rillo, hi. How are you doing tonight? Doing fine. Doing fine, chilling, trying to finish this game. We're almost at the end, though. Suppose we should be glad. That went as well as it possibly could have. It's a shame that this had to happen to Monsieur Daniel, but...
仕方がないよ。もっと早く罪を暴かれ。
But he's still family.
ああ。そうだな。家族で。
You look and have fun? Yeah, thanks.
父親だ。
Arnold's eyes were still fixed to the base that his father had vanished into. Stepped over to his side and took his hand. Arnold smiled and squeezed mine in return. He glanced around at the streets surrounding the base, then finally began to speak.
エマ、明日レイブへ行きたいんだ。一緒についてきてくれないか。その頃にはきっと柵も取り払われて解放されていると思うし。
Ah, yes, that's a good idea. Let's go together.
ありがとう。も
Arnold muttered a single extra word, then hung his head and fell silent. And...
俺が憎いと思ったら、これまでのことなんて全部忘れて、恨んでくれて構わないから。
My eyes shot wide open with shock. Arnold put an awkward frown as he watched my reaction.
なんていうのも、かえって卑怯かな。でも、本当にそう思っているんだ。 一度は許せたことでも振り返ってみればお前は優しいからさ。どんな時だって俺を許そうとしてくれるだろう。気持ちが永遠に変わらないことなんてきっとないと思うんだよな。
Huh. What in the world is he saying? Couldn't understand what Arnold was getting at, and in the end, the day came to a close before I could make sense of it. Oh. A new day arrived. I awoke to an estate nearly free of guards. Honestly, I just don't understand why he's so harsh on himself. I mean, 7 years of lying, yeah. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, after all. That's right, everyone. I mulled over Arnold's words from the night before as I got dressed. Eventually, I remembered the bundle of letters I'd hidden in the dresser. I opened up the dresser and retrieved the stack. Damn, it's still there. Nobody checked there? Okay. These were just a small portion of the letters that Arnold and his father sent to each other. I think that each one he sent only add to his guilt. Only telling him that I forgave him was enough to set him free from that guilt. Then he wouldn't have to bother with atonement at all. Well, it's a tricky question. I've chosen to forgive him and find a path forward with him myself. But maybe that was only one of the options available to us? Oh, there's the happy music that I missed. The ravine was still set up near the military space, but when we arrived, we found that the fence had been torn down entirely. The staff were all gathered there, waiting to greet us.
Emma! 元気に戻ってくれてよかったわ。アルノーさんも大変だったそうね。
Swear to God, that sounds like going to an amusement park instead of a military base. I mean, it is an amusement park.
まあ、みんなも元気そうでよかった。
それなりにな。軍の人いなくなっちゃったね。玉乗り見せる約束してたんだけど。
Yeah, it is an amusement park. They just move it near a military base, though.
お前何仲良くなってんだよ。見張りの人、いい人だったよ。
Oh, I just remembered. Sorry, Monsieur Hugo, I left your carriage in Farouche.
それなら先ほど返却してもらったよ。元魔女狩りの部隊が輸送してくれたんだ。
Huh. Well, that was nice of them. They did? Oh, thank goodness.
相変わらず軍の連中は変わり身が早い。罪に問われないよう必死に埋め合わせをしているのだろうな。
いいじゃないか。みんな無事でまたここに集まることができたんだ。それ以外は些細なことだよ。
It seemed to me that the director's cheerful smile was aimed toward Arnold more than anyone this time. And it was easy to see why. He's been gloomy all day today. Now whiplash of watching a military drama last day and now going to the amusement park.
解放が遅くなってすみません。
いや、その間ずっと彼女の救出に尽力してくれていたんだろう。気にすることはないよ。
それは。
そうそう。謝るくらいなら俺に礼を言ってほしいな。結構大変だったんだぜ。
ああ、ありがとう。クリエには本当に助けられたよ。クリエがいなかったら今回の作戦は絶対に成功していなかっただろうしな。今度改めて礼をするよ。
いや、そこまでしなくてもいいんだけどよ。
でもかなり危険なことを頼んだしな。
だからいいって。困った時はお互い様だろ。
結局遠慮するなら最初から言わなきゃいいのに。
うるせえ。
As I listened to Korea and Clara's banter, I thought back on the plan we managed to pull off.
父さんに直接会って話そう。このまま逃げ回っていても、もう一度捕まれば、俺たちはエマも今後外に出られる星。
After that, Arnold had laid out the plan he'd come up with. The core of the operation would be Arnold using the information he'd been trusted with when he was made the leader of the witch hunting unit to write an expose on the subject. He would deliver the article directly to the main branch of the newspaper company he worked for, which was located in Paris.
本社にこの情報を持ち込み、記事にしてもらう。これ自体はそう難しいことじゃないが、軍の制裁を恐れて発行されない可能性もある。だからどうあっても父さんの上官に訴えて、今回の件は父さんの独断だと認めてもらわないと。
His superiors. Is it even possible for us to get through to them?
わからない。とにかく魔女狩りの話を信じてくれる人を探すしかない。
Tried to help him think through his options, but all I came up with were more reasons that the plan could go terribly wrong. It would be great if we could meet with the superiors, but even if we do manage that, isn't there a chance we'll be captured the moment the soldier lay eyes on us?
だな。誰か別の人間を立てて説得してもらわないと。信用できて自由に動ける人間。
Who could that be? Alice is in Blackburg and the review staff members are all stuck in the... We can ask Cree. Sergei told me that he'd be lying low in Paris. That I should look for him if I ever needed help with anything. He already helped me escape from the military space before. Let's search for him.
あいつ交渉とかできんのか？
That's very rude of you, Arnold. Okay. I decided not to tell Kree about that part. And the truth of the matter was that Kree really had managed to make contact with Marshal Mayer in the end. The fact that the Marshal had already been investigating the witch hunts probably played a major role of course, but regardless... I got a message, wait. Oh, wait. I'm got a BRB. Need to take care of something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Again. Ah.
うっせえなもう。それよりルシオールはあいつこんな時まで引きこもってんのかよ。
ちゃんといますが。
Oh, there he is.
こんな時と言っても軍から解放されただけじゃないですか。
いや重要だろそれは。
引きこもってる分にはさほど変わりませんから。
As we chatted, the director walked over and patted Lucio on the shoulder.
そろそろいいかいルシオール。
やっぱり覚えてたんですね。
それはもう大事なことだからね。
Lucio very reluctantly turned to face me.
魔法、いつものように魔法の覚醒をやってみせてください。
Huh? You mean right now?
いいから早く。
Okay. Alright then. I succumbed to Lucio's urging and prepared to use my magic. Just before I began, though, I remembered the necklace I was wearing. Oh, that was dangerous. If I'm wearing this while I use my magic, it might run wild again. I was about to take the necklace off when I noticed that Lucio's gaze was glued to it. Is something the matter?
それはつけておいた方がいいんじゃないですか。魔法の力を持つネックレスでしょ。
But I was wearing it when my magic went berserk in Baroche. I ended up hurting a lot of people. I remembered what had happened to Baroche so clearly it might as well have been yesterday. I had no interest in repeating that mistake ever again. I'm afraid that if I try to use my magic while I'm wearing the necklace, I'll lose control and hurt someone again, so...
大丈夫だと思いますよ。
You said it so offhandedly, I didn't know how to react. Yeah, him being nice all of a sudden is,
本来
weird.
このネックレスは魔法が暴走しないようネックレス自体に魔力を溜め込む性質を持っているはずです。あなたの魔法が暴走したのは軍が実験で過度な負荷をかけ魔法が強大になるようわざと魔力を溜め込んでいたせいでしょう。間違った使い方さえしなければ逆に暴走を抑えて正しく力を発揮してくれるはずです。
That explains why she had that when
体や精
she
神
was a
に
kid as well.
大きな負担がある状態だとその限りではありませんが。
Well, yes, I am. Are you really sure about this though?
疑うのならやってみればいいでしょう。
Okay. I was still a little worried, but Lucille knew more about magic than anyone. And he sounded very certain. Maybe I thought it really would be alright. Okay. Focused upon my necklace and began going through the process to awaken my magic like I always did. Focus on the budding magical potential within me, willing it to grow and bloom. Then I focused on the fragments of glimmering magic around me, willing them to shine brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the necklace floated into the air as the world around me was filled with brilliant particles of light.
どうです？なんともないでしょ？
Right. Actually, this is working better than ever. Lucio gave me a look at practically screamed, "I told you so," then turned back to the director.
問題ありません。今ならヒューゴさんの目的は果たせると思いますよ。
Glanced at Hugo, then gasped as I realized what Lucille had meant. If I can awaken my magic this easily, I can free everyone from the Reverie, just like I'd promised. One important detail had changed between the time I made that promise and now, though. The gaze dropped to the ground and I found myself nervously biting my lip.
よく頑張ったね。ここまで魔法を覚醒させるのは大変だっただろう。
Yes, well, we probably have the military's experiments to thank for that.
そうかもしれないね。どちらにしろ君の努力だ。
And we have an ad break coming up in 5 minutes. Whoa, shit. As the director spoke, a sense of unease began to build within me. Practically shivered with fear as I awaited his next words, knowing it was only a matter of time before he said the inevitable.
今一度頼むよ。霊部から俺たちを解放してくれ、エマ。今の君にならできる。
Then what would happen to you? Monster Daniel said that you were phantom, so...
死んでいるはずのものがさまよい囚われて、現世にとどまっているのが亡霊なら、本当なら7年前に死んでいたかもしれない俺は半分亡霊ってところかな。
じゃあ霊部から解放したら。
Arnold posed a critical question in my stead. His face was pallid. I could tell he was nervous.
それでいいんだ。俺は7年間ずっとこの霊部に囚われて生きてきた。十分流らえたし、十分楽しいんだよ。ありがとう。
The director took a moment to look over the refugees assembled staff, then spoke in a louder voice than before.
事情は違うにせよ、ここにいる全員が霊部に囚われて生きてきたんだ。それから解放されるのはごく自然なことで、解放された後に別の人生が待っている。俺は天国でまた遊園地でもやろうかな。
We all listened to the director in silence. No one spoke up to object to his plan.
迷わなくていいし、ためらわなくていい。そのために今まで俺たちは一緒に過ごしてきたんだ。
Monsieur Hugo's feelings came true painfully clear to me. He didn't want me to grieve over him. He just wanted me to return things to the way they should have been all along. And the fact that he was trying to send that message to me just made what I had to do all the more painful. Didn't know what to say to him. Once again, Arnold stepped in.
待ってくれ。その前に俺から謝りたいんだ。
ん？
Without another word, Arnold bowed deeply to Monsieur Hugo, so much so that for a moment I couldn't even see his face.
7年前のこと、本当にすみませんでした。俺は浅はかな考えであなた方を巻き込んで、その後も俺は自分を甘やかし、事実をひた隠しにして生きてきた。もっと早く償う方法だってあったはずなのに。
Arnold clenched his fist from his stooped position. He didn't seem inclined to move an inch.
事件のきっかけを作った俺も、父さんがやったことも許す。それでもちゃんと謝っておきたかったんです。
Monsieur Hugo paused to think for just a moment, then laid a hand on Arnold's shoulder and helped him stand upright.
再会してから君が俺に対しどこかよそよそしかったり冷たかったりしたのはもしかして嫉妬していたからだったりするのかな。
Bro. Bro.
そうです。
Damn.
俺はずっと
Called him out like nothing. Yeah, I know.
どんな時でも余裕があって、エマが憧れていたのは見ればすぐに分かった。だからあなたが現れたら俺なんか絶対にかなわないって。
Monsieur Hugo let out a quiet chuckle that turned to face me.
だってさ、どう思う？
Huh. I'll admit that Monsieur Hugo is a wonderful person, and I do admire him, yes, but I'd never think to compare the two of you. You're completely different people, after all.
なるほど。いい答えだ。それと、ありがとう。
He didn't seem particularly flattered to me, but he carried on before I could question him.
嫉妬してもらえるなんて光栄だね。アルノ、俺は今回の件で君をすごいなと思っていたんだよ。
え？
親しい家族の罪を暴き裁くのはさぞかし辛いことだっただろう。でも父は父、子は子、どちらも別の人間だ。君が父親の罪をかぶることはないんだよ。
Been 7 years.
それでも
7年前の事件の真相を明かし、白日のもとにさらしてくれてありがと
う。Yeah, you already said the truth.
割り切ったつもりでいたけど、俺も本当は気にしていたんだろうな。7年前のことを事件として記事にし、軍の責任を追及してくれたことで、俺は救われた気分になった。7年間、この世界にとどまった意味があった。そう思わせてくれたんだ。ありがとう、アルノ。これからも君の正義のもとにいい記事を書いてくれ。
それはもちろん。
Arnold replied with a forceful figure, but then shook his head once more.
でもそれだけが選択肢じゃないですよね。
Arnold took a moment, seemingly to work up his resolve, and looked Hugo in the eye. For some reason, I felt restless, as an ominous feeling was coming over me once more.
霊部から解放されるだけが選択肢じゃない。このまま魔法を使わなければ、ヒューゴさんは、俺はやっぱり俺のしたことはいつかエマがフドランさんやヒューゴさんが死に追いやった俺を。
Arnold turned to look at me, then hung his head once more.
今は目の前にいるから実感がないだけだ。ヒューゴさんがいなくなったら俺を憎まずにいられる保証はどこ？
It was only then that I understood Arnold's words from the night before.
俺が憎いと思ったらこれまでのことなんて全部忘れて恨んでくれてなんていうのもかえって卑怯かな。でも本当にそう思っているんだ。一度は許せたことでもお前は優しいからさ。どんな時だって俺を許そうとしてくれるだろう。気持ちが永遠に変わらないことなんてきっとないと。
I see what he meant now. This whole time he's been thinking about what will happen after Monsieur Hugo is gone. When everyone's been freed from their prey, if Monsieur Hugo really does disappear, how will I feel then? An oppressive sense of dread seemed to stifle me. No matter how hard I looked for the right words to say, I couldn't find a single one. The director, however, spoke up freely, his voice cheerful as could be.
いけないな、アルノ。彼女はパルージュへ向かうとき、君を信じたいと思い、君の気持ちを確かめるためリスクを冒してでも君に会いに行ったんだよ。そして今はアルノを信じることにした。だから一緒にいる。君が自分自身の恋心に罪悪感を感じているのはわかる。それが全ての始まりだと思っているんだろう。でも彼女の決断を、選択を信じてあげよう。エマ、霊部から俺たちを解放してくれるね。
If that's what you and the others want, then yes. I'll be sad to see you go, though.
ありがとう。それでいいんだよ。
But also, I'd like to apologize to you too. If it weren't for my magic, you never would have been trapped here in the first place. I imagine that's true for the others as well.
君はいい魔女だよ。俺を7年間夢の世界で過ごさせてくれた。そして何よりまた君に会えた。心残りはないよ。天国でフロランさんに会ったら君のことを伝えておく。信頼できる幼なじみに守られてとても幸せそうだったって。
くそ。
As Arnold wiped the tears that were pooling in his eyes with his sleeves, Monsieur Hugo shook his head, stepped forward, and embraced him. He gave Arnold a firm pat on his back, and Arnold let out the half-choked sob.
なんでそんなに余裕なんですか。いつも
君は本当にまっすぐな人間だね。今までどれだけ君の本当の気持ちがねじ曲げられてきたか、これからは曲げなくていいんだ。君の正義も。
Hearing the director's words of comfort very nearly reduced the tears as well. Just bros being bros. Arnold's finally disobeyed his father's orders and won his freedom. Monsieur Hugo's right. At long last, he doesn't have to keep his true feelings bottled up anymore. Just as I felt my eyes going damp, Monsieur Hugo reached out with his other eye and pulled me in as well. Oh, okay. Group hug. He hugged me and Arnold at the same time. Much to Arnold's consternation, Monsieur Hugo, of course, didn't let that reaction stop him.
二人とも泣かないで。最後のお別れくらい笑顔でいこ
う。Alright.
まあ、本当は余裕なんてないよ。素の俺は隠しておくくらいでちょうどいいんだ。
もっともだな。
ここまで黙っていたくせに、こんな時だけ反応が早いね。
The director let us go, then grinned.
締めっぽいのはもう終わりでいいのかしら。せっかくだからお別れ会しましょう。目いっぱいごちそう食べるわよ。
最後なのにそれかよ。
最後だからでしょ。ほらほら準備して。
わかったよ。
ごちそうやった。何食べる？お肉？ケーキ？
全部食べればいいわよ。パーッと行きましょ
う。そうだね。うわー楽しみだな。
僕自分のテントに戻っていいですか？
最後の晩餐くらい顔を出せ。
言い方。
Last supper.
それじゃあみんなで食事会にしよう。レイブ最後の日をみんなで楽しもうじゃないか。
Oh. The moment you release us from the repier, I want you to turn around and return to your home. Don't look back, not even once. That was the director's final request for us. Most of the repier will disappear along with us. And there will be nothing dreamlike about seeing it in that state. I'd like you to remember this place as the world of your dreams in all its splendor. I decided to do as he requested. As soon as I finished using my magic, Arnold and I prepared to turn around and leave the repier behind us. After my magic was completed, the world around me was filled with countless shining twinkling particles of light.
みっともないとこたくさん見せてごめんな。
No, you didn't. I'm glad I got to hear how you felt about everything. I know how much you've been brooding about all this. But from now on, we'll think these things through together. I'll be right there with you.
エマ、ありがとう。
I leaned into his chest, burying my face in his shirt. I felt an almost indescribable sense of happiness. At the same time, I felt an overwhelming loneliness. I remember the way the refugee staff had smiled at me the moment before we parted. The refugee had become a truly precious place for me, a place where I belonged. And the people who worked there were the closest friends I'd ever had. I nodded to Arnold, who replied just as quietly. Arnold just held me gently, stroking my hair. Couldn't resist the urge to twist just enough in his arms to glance over my shoulder. There in the middle of the woods, just barely lit by the moonlight, stood the MANÈGE, the automatons, and nothing else. The rest of the ravine was gone. Seeing the MANÈGE standing on its lonesome brought the familiar image to mind. Looks like my music box. The MANÈGE shimmered in the faint light of the moon, just like the memento I held so dear. In that moment, I knew that Monsieur Hugo had been wrong. The world of dreams he'd sought to welcome his visitors into was still here, alive and well. Oh, there you go. Ending. Um. And also we have like ad break coming in 3 minutes. That was a long chapter. Yeah, that was longer than I thought it would be. Well, I guess that's also understandable because this route is supposed to be played last. I guess purposely something you need to play last. Makes sense, yeah. Oh, let's wait for this to finish and then let's go see the after story, the epilogue. Okay, there we go. I clicked out of the screen. Okay, epilogue. Several weeks had passed since I'd set the people were really free. In the meantime, Arnold and I had returned to Blankborg and resumed our old lives. It had been a seamless transition, for one thing. Arnold had been briefly imprisoned on account of his involvement with the witch hunts. Thankfully, it had quickly been determined that he'd been acting under a degree of coercion that no one could have reasonably expected him to resist. His confession to the marshal helped his case as well. Meanwhile, I'd been held accountable for the damage inflicted by magical outbursts in Baroge. I'd only just recently finished apologizing and making up for my mistake. As such, it had been a particularly busy period for both of us. There had also been some discussion of us returning to the estate in Paris, but Arnold had been opposed. Eventually, the idea had been dropped. Our affairs were finally in order, but not all was well just yet. To start, Madame Alice had been terribly shaken to learn of everything her husband had been hiding from her. Oh yeah. The probably say I cannot word anymore. Of the incident 7 years ago, and the witch hunts meant I'd attracted a degree of public attention as well. I've been reading things for 5.5 hours already, so I had a feeling that Arnold had seen that coming. That's why he wanted to steer clear of Paris. In retrospect, I was grateful to be living in the relative peace and quiet of Blankburg. Coming back really had been the right move. So got an hour to go. Yeah. Arnold had been occupied sorting out the aftermath of his father's conspiracy for some time, but as of yesterday, he'd finally returned to his job at the newspaper. Also, we have an ad break, so yeah. Do I let that go? Just let the ad break play, or you guys want me to continue? I don't know if you guys are in ad jail right now. You only see very short ads, so you should be fine to continue. I think if you don't want to wait. Yeah, I am kinda running on a limited time now that I only have 1 hour to go. Oh, mic check. Okay. Oh, okay. I think that should fix the mic now. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I have like an hour to go. I only have 1 hour left in my time for stream, so, and there's like 40 seconds on the ad break, so I'll probably not wait that much on the ad break. Oh yeah. If you guys are not in ad jail, oh, yeah. I got outside to see him off that morning, like usual, only to find that one of his fellow reporters had come all the way to our house to welcome him back. Ooh. Oh, that's the new guy who just started working at the paper recently, Arnold had explained with a smile. Oh. As I saw them off, I was struck by just how much happier he seemed now. Maybe it's time for me to look for a job too. Madam Alice had been very encouraging when I brought it up, and I was starting to consider taking my search more seriously. If I want to make use of my experience at the RP, I suppose I could do something in the service industry. Maybe I could work at a pastry shop. I mean, the environment we lived in felt like it was changing at a dizzying pace. Oh, hey, Asian wing sauce. Oh yeah, good luck with work then. Yeah, thank you for dropping by though. One thing, however, remained constant. No matter how much time passed, my relationship with Arnold was unchanging. We're still the same old childhood friends as ever. Madame Alice was out of the house that night. I took a long deep breath as I stood in front of the door to Arnold's room. I'm so nervous, I feel like my heart's about to burst from my chest. I could feel the pounding of my pulse all throughout my body. Maybe I'd be able to communicate my feelings more clearly if I wrote them down in a letter? No, that would be silly. We live together, for goodness sake. I just have to get it together and tell him, here goes nothing. Oh. Arnold called out without even bothering to ask who it was.
ごめん散らかってて仕事の途中でさ。
Arnold quickly shuffled together a stack of manuscripts he'd apparently been organizing. His desk and chair were completely buried in books and papers as usual. Are you busy right now?
まあな。けどエマならいつでも大歓迎。
He chuckled but remained firmly planted by the doorway, not moving an inch. Alright, what should I do now? Miss, he says. I didn't know where to stand, much less what to say. This would hardly be the first time I'd been into Arnold's room, but I just couldn't bring myself to step forward. Arnold gave me a perplexed glance. That was fair enough. I was confusing myself at that point. So, as I stammered in a fluster, Arnold smiled and sat down on his bed, patted the spot next to me, inviting me to do the same. Don't mind if I do? Nervously sat down beside him, only for Arnold to burst out laughing.
なんだよそれ。何をそんなに緊張してるんだよ。何かあったのか？
I'm not okay. No, I'm nervous, incredibly. So I feel like my heart's about to leap into my throat.
へえ。
I don't know if I'll be able to put this into words properly. It's been so long, after all. I have a feeling you might even turn me down. That Arnold sat up with a start and turned to look at me.
それって。
Arnold leaned forward to look me in the eye. I was about to carry on, but when I opened my mouth to speak, he raised a hand to stop me.
待った。ちょっと。
What am I waiting for?
いや、その。だから。
The two of us spoke in unison. Oh.
エマが好きだ。
Oh, okay. A moment of shocked silence followed. I blinked repeatedly.
聞こえたか？これでおあいこだな。
Arnold grinned and I found myself smiling right back at him. I almost feel silly for having been so nervous about this. All that it was over before I knew it. Why was I even worried to begin with?
断られるかもって、俺がお前のこと嫌いになったとでも思ったのか？
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, it's been so long since you told me how you felt the first time. Thought you might have reconsidered.
ならないって。7年好きだったんだから今さら。
Oh, I guess that's true. When you put it that way, I'm sorry I made you wait so long.
いや、ずっと考えていてくれたってことだよな。
Yeah. The silence fell over the room. It was just so everything that had brought us to this point drifted through my mind. Some days had been fun and joyous, others sad and trying. But the fact that all of them put together had brought us to this point, brought us together, made me happier than anything. It was thanks to them that I could believe in Arnold. And the two of us would be together for a long, long time to come. It's not possible to feel the same way about someone forever. Feelings change like it or not. Found myself borrowing the words that Arnold himself had said to me before. You've been watching over me and protecting me for 7 long years. And I want to watch over and protect you too. Every day of those 7 years was precious to me, and I want to return the favor. I feel so strongly for you right now. It's almost enough to make me believe that this feeling, at least, will last forever. What about you? Can you believe it? Arnold furrowed his brow for just a moment, then smiled and placed a hand on my cheek.
信じるよ。あの時あんなに不安だったのが、今では不思議なくらいだ。俺はずっとお前を独占したくて、誰かに渡したくはなくて、同じだけずっと気持ちを持て余してきたけれど、ウランブールに戻ってきてからは、ただお前を好きでいられればそれでいい。
Felt like his words had bridged a gap between us. His hand and his words both warmed my heart in equal measure.
手に入らなくても、同じ気持ちじゃなくても、俺はお前を好きでいられる。だからもう一度告白しようとは思わなかったし、そばで見守れればそれでよかったんだ。
Arnold's sincere, earnest expression shifted into a grin.
でもさ、こうやって触れるとダメだな。
あ？
話したくなくなる。もっと触れたくて、もっとお前のそばにいたくなる。好きだよ。ずっと。
Even if you put together all the time you spent with each other, it would still be a far cry from forever. And yet the feelings we held for each other felt like they'd last for as close to forever as you could get. When tomorrow came, I knew I'd say them out loud for him. And I'd say them again for the day after. I'd say them every day, time and again. As long as I can keep saying them, then that's the only forever I'll ever need. No kiss. Well, there you go. No. Then the moment has been unlocked. It can be selected from the title screen. Oh. What was that? What? The what now? Oh.
GENSOU MANÈGE.
What does that mean? Wait a minute. Wait, what does that mean? Oh? I have no idea what that means. Outcome. Oh. Huh. It's like a which one? Looks like the game doesn't want you to leave it. Fuck, okay. I'm reading up on what that means. I don't know how to pronounce it, but then denouement? Apparently it's like a it's a whole route as well. And it's only unlocked when I get all the good endings. And it acts as the game's final like finale. So it's a whole route as well. I don't know how long it is though. So that's the thing. Hey Hyaku. Let me Thanks again for giving me a new glamour. What now? Which one? I'm drawing blanks at the moment. My brain not working anymore. Whole new route jump scare. Yeah, I guess we're not playing the new game yet. Next week I have to look at the finale next week then. Depending on how long that one is. Top the ass, I like it now. Wow. Oh, that one? The one that you get from the crafting planet thingy? Okay, I wanna see Arnold's profile. Where are you? There you go. Okay, yeah, he's 19, April 5. Foreign things, okay. Dislikes vegetables and sitting still. Okay then. Just bought it off the MB. Oh, Wait, did you tell me what the name of the top is actually? I forgot if you did. Indicators, call of crafting. Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah. Oh, let's just look at the after story. Relatable. This is it. I think a document this important will be somewhere around here. Aww. How about this one? Oh, that's so strange. Check out as I watched Emma search her way from the side of the study to the other. Excuse me, Arnold, I could really use some help with this.
ごめん。一生懸命探してる後ろ姿が可愛いなと思って。
Where are we? There's just hardly a time for that. Help, please. She blushed, pouted, and glared at me. Couldn't say no to such an adorable of a request, so I stood up.
どこを探した?
Just the shelf so far. You can start on the desk over. Just really the time for a hug?
なんか自然とくっつきたくなって。
Figured she was going to snap at me, but instead she gave me a kiss on my cheek. Save it for later, okay? For now, we have to keep searching.
了解。
Don't hold back.
本当に可愛いな。
My smile persisted as I started seriously applying myself to the search. We're looking for the deed to the amusement park that Florent had owned in Paris. Oh! It had been seized by the army after the incident 7 years ago. Well, more like it had been seized by my father, really. Anyway, I knew for a fact he left it somewhere in his estate. My source for that tidbit, he told me himself.
久々に会うと随分やつれていたな。
Oh, it's been months then. Father had been subjected to extensive investigations in preparation for his court-martial. I'd been investigated as well, and I hadn't been allowed to see him while I was still under suspicion. I'd only just been able to meet with him again recently. From what I gathered, he hadn't spent the intervening period just sitting around.
心境が変わったのか。
Telling us about the deed had just seemed so out of character for him. Couldn't see how it would benefit him at all. Never apologized for the things he'd done or even shown a hint of remorse. For that matter, but part of me had to wonder.
もしかして俺にわからないだけで本当は少し後悔し始めているのかな。
Now the question is, will this part also have a completely unhinged bit like the other route? Yep. It most likely will. I mulled the question over as I rifled through the desk, and soon stumbled across an old envelope. Reached inside, pulled out the papers within, and found that I was holding the exact deed that we were looking for.
あった!
You did? That's incredible. Thank you, Arnold. Emma came right over to take a look and practically jumped with joy when I showed her. She was so adorable that I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her waist again and give her a kiss on the cheek. What was that for?
お礼の代わりにもらっといた。
That's true. You do deserve a reward. She leaned in to kiss me as well, this time on my lips. Damn. She always did that. When I expressed my feelings for her, she returned them twice over. The way she described it, she was making up for all the time I'd spent one-sidedly waiting for her. I couldn't quite see it that way, though. After all, having her by my side had already made up for that many times over. Gifts from her, meanwhile, had made me so happy I'd jump into the most rolling of tasks without complaining in exchange for one.
愛してる。
Must be a little too bashful to say it out loud. But in any case, anything she gave me meant the world to me. She and her gifts filled my world with love. So, by the way, I've decided something.
What?
She caught me by surprise and granted a confusion. Now that she had my attention, Emma carried on in a very serious tone. I want to turn that plot of land into an amusement park again. I'll be its owner. Ooh. Okay.
Oh no.
I was bewildered by how suddenly she'd brought it up. But I'd seen her working at her PA. I couldn't think of any reason to oppose her
いいん
choice.
じゃないか。きっとうまくいく。
If you really think so, then I'm sure I will too. I was thinking I'd make it like my father's park with the manège in its very center and all sorts of rides surrounding it. And I'll be like Monsieur Hugo, greeting and chatting with all the park's guests. I'm sure I can make a park that everyone will love. Felt a slight twinge in my heart. Not of jealousy though. I was through with that. No. The feeling that pained me now was brought on by the wistful memory of a man who I would never meet again.
できるよ。きっと。
Yeah. Every once in a while, one of us would bring Hugo up in conversation. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that he changed the way we looked at the world and the paths we walked in life. His presence will be here, quietly influencing us for a long time to come. Didn't make any issue with that myself.
俺も手伝うよ。いい遊園地にしような。
Great. I know it's going to take a long time, but I know it will be wonderful when it's finished. We'll make the world of everyone's dreams. I'm not sure we'll be able to measure up to my father and Monsieur Hugo's standard, though.
本当にかなわないよな。少なくとも俺は。
But I didn't have a problem with that either. Oh.
じゃあ、片付けの方は順調なんだな。
Emma and I had just met up at the cafe. We chatted about our recent work as we walked along together after our meal. It is, all of the larger stuff's already been hauled away, so now we just need to look over the grounds and make sure that nothing dangerous was left lying
そっ
around.
か。手伝えなくて悪いな。
It's fine, you have your own work to deal with. But oh, this reminds me, I'll have to come up with a final design soon.
デザイン？何の？
The manège. It'll be the park's main feature, so I wanted to think it through myself from the ground
な
up.
るほどな。
I listened to Emma describe the process, adding in the occasional comment or question. She seemed busy as could be, but she was also clearly enjoying herself to the fullest. Okay, I'll see you soon.
うん。気をつけろよ。
Emma and I parted with a wave. She'd been heading right back to Paris for a meeting about her park. I, meanwhile, will be heading back to the newspaper office. That was more or less just how it went for us these days. It was getting harder and harder for us to find time to see each other.
今別れたばかりなのに、もう会いたい。
Emotions are a funny thing. There's no such thing as a feeling that lasts forever. She could lose interest in me tomorrow and then I won't be able to blame her. That's what I always told myself anyway, and yeah.
毎日毎日。どんどんお前を好きになっていく。もっとそばにいたいと。欲が出てくる。
Feelings were indeed changing. But that didn't mean that yesterday's feelings had vanished into the wind. No, they compounded with today's feelings, growing deeper and stronger in the process. All I could do was try to cope with them as once again I did my best to keep composed as I spoke with her.
だから本社のその紙面も俺が受け持つことになったんだ。少し忙しくなるとは思うけど。
That means you're moving up the world, like, doesn't it? It's incredible. We sat side by side on her bed, and she beamed at me as I told her about the recent events in my life. We always sat close together when we spoke with each other.
おう。で、お前の方は？
Truth is, we finally received permission from the city to open the park.
本当か？よかったな。
Who knew that opening a new amusement park would be so hard? I'll make it work though. I've got motivation to spare.
知ってる。
Emma's room was filled with the sounds of our laughter. A moment later, though, she fell silent again as an apologetic look came across her face. But this also means I'll have to head to Paris again tomorrow.
まあ、そうなるよな。
I'm sorry, it feels like we've barely had any time together at all lately.
そうだよ。お前、俺が休みの日にも母さんと出かけたりするんだもんな。
Oh, how could I say no when she asked me to go on a new shop with her? Plus, it always puts a smile on her face when I spend time with her. And I love seeing her enjoy herself. The hours just fly by when we're together.
そりゃそうだよ。母さんはもうお前のこと娘だと思ってるんだからさ。
It really seems that way, and we're not even married yet. Yeah.
そうだな。結婚した方がお前を独占できるかな。いや、いいんだけど。
I kinda shut the conversation down without meaning to. A vague and pleasant frustration was building beneath me.
もっと余裕があれば。
I thought that I'd reach a point where I could keep my cool as I watched over her, but that sense of calm had a way of abandoning me at the drop of a hat. And then, mere moments later, I'd feel the impulse to keep her close and watch over her more intently than ever. Love was the strangest thing. It was an ever-shifting fantasmal feeling, and above all else. Sorry, Arnold. I really do want us to be together just as much as you do. Whenever she was nearby, I found myself getting far more heated than I ever could have imagined. Hey, yo.
じゃあ、今は俺のものだな。
Gave her a gentle kiss as I took hold of her hand. Yo! Hey, yo!
Mm. しばらくお前がいなくても頑張れるように補給させてくれ。エマを。
Before she could say another word, okay. Wasn't long before she gave in. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
さっき出かけたぞ。知らなかったか？じゃあ、反対する理由はないよな。エマ、顔見せろよ。恥ずかしがってる顔を見たいんだけど。そんなことないって。可愛いし、綺麗だし、愛してる。だって、こんなに愛しいんだから、我慢できずに。全部溢れてしまう気持ちも、欲も。愛してる。
Okay, there we go.
好きだよ。 何度言っても足りないくらいお前のことが好きだ。
That escalated. Yep, that escalated.
こうして伝えられるっていいな。幼馴染が嫌だったわけじゃないけど、やっぱり苦しかったからさ。これからは我慢しない。何度だってお前に気持ちを伝えるから。俺はこの7年間、お前の幼馴染という自分に都合のいい夢を見ていたんだ。でも当然夢はいつか覚める。嘘がバレた時、終わり。なのに、今でもお前は俺の隣に。ありがとう。もう一生。
Oh. Okay.
はい、アルノン役を演じましたケンプロダクション所属阿部淳です。はいということでございまして、皆さん幻想マネージュどうですか？楽しんでますか？ですね、僕はこのアルノを演じまして、脚本とか台本見ましてね、とてもいい話だなと思いつつ、アルノくんね、きっと苦しかったんだろうななんて思いながら、ちょっとこう胸にグッとくるものがあったり、でもね、こうきっと皆さんグッドエンドに導いてくれたんじゃないかと、ハッピーエンドに導いてくれたんじゃないかと。
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's Arnold's route. Oh, it was really good. We do have a we sadly have another route to go through now. We still have a finale to go through though. Well, I didn't really expect it to have like a finale route. I thought that just getting the last route will be it, because usually the modern otome games recently have been like that. So I did not expect there was a finale route that just there after you complete everything. So that's something. Well, looks like I'm not playing Hakuoki Sweet School Life yet next week, unless yeah, we'll have to see how long this route is, because I don't know anything about it. Now I'm curious what will it be? Yeah, it's not, at least the recent otome games that I've been playing, they don't have a finale route like that. At least not that I'm aware of. So this is the first time I got jump scared by another route, so and yeah, you got literally Spanish Inquisition in another route. Yeah. But it is what it is. I'll just have to move the schedule for Hakuoki on what is the on probably March 10. Yeah, because March 3 we're gonna try to get the Nomen route, the finale for this one, and then we'll see when we play Hakuoki Sweet School Life. Surprise, there's more. I thought I was done, but apparently not. There's a finale route that I have to go through. Though I did read a little bit of like what the denouement route is. It is a finale route, and it ties everything together on all of the things that happens in the in all the routes that we went through. And there are no choices either on that route. It's just an experience. It's gonna be a straight out experience without any choices. Also, that's gonna be a lot of reading from me because it's a whole route, but we'll see. Finish just the last guy's route. Why do I hear boss music? I got jump scared by a finale route. What the fuck? No, yeah. It's been 6 hours, so yeah, that's me of 6 hours of talking and yapping with me just reading dialogues. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, go rest Scott for a long time. Yeah. Tomorrow though, for the next stream tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna be streaming anything in the morning. Morning my time. Or afternoon. But I will be streaming FF16 at night. Like the usual 8 PM my time. Well, as soon as I'm done with dinner, I'll be live. But yeah. For now, let's find someone to raid. Let me see. Let me see. I do wanna raid someone new instead because I've been raiding the same people for a while. Let's see. I have no idea who this Vtuber is, so let me check. Oh, they're on Dawn Trail. Oh. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's raid into let's raid into this person named BB Knobs. They're currently playing FF14 and they're on Dawn Trail as I can see. I don't know which part this is, but yeah. Also, hey Izuku, we're about to raid out actually. Yeah. Also, Izuku, we're still playing GENSOU MANÈGE next week. There's a finale route apparently. So we're not done with GENSOU MANÈGE yet. So we're still playing GENSOU MANÈGE next week. It's a finale route. Well, I'll raid up to... Oh, wait. Valid. Copied the wrong way. Well, at least the route is not yet over, at least. Yeah, there's another... I got jump scared by another route. So, here we are, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, for now, I'll go and rest. Probably work on some stuff in FF40 on my end as well. Yeah, as you can see on the screen, there's a denouement route on top of the new game button now. It's the finale that will tie together everything that happened in all routes, so I do want to at least finish that so I can see what's about before I move on to a new otome game. Well, that makes me have some time to prepare. Yeah. Reverse Iron route? We'll see, I guess. We'll see. Yeah, for now, I'm gonna go raid out. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 PM my time. GMT +8 for FF16. For now, I'll go and head off. Thank you for dropping by, everyone. Yeah, bye bye.